Chapter 1343. After staying in the secondary dimensions for a few days, Han Xiao finally returned to the explored universe. He immediately visited the Holy Covenant organization and asked Destiny's Child about the World Tree Civilization's movements. He teleported to Destiny's Child's laboratory with ease. The staff around looked over, but they only took a glance before lowering their heads to continue their work. "You're here to see me." Destiny's Child sensed something and turned to Han Xiao. He pressed his hands on the inner wall of the container and sent out a happy mental wave. Han Xiao smiled, stepped forward, and knocked on the container as a greeting. Destiny's Child sensed that the mark on Han Xiao's body had not disappeared and tilted his head. "You didn't mark the area? There was an accident, so I didn't have the chance to do this." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "I need you to tell me what the other party is up to now." "Okay." Destiny's Child did not refuse and shared information through the mental link. Pieces of information flowed into Han Xiao's mind. Han Xiao quickly browsed through these images, and the real-time movements of the World Tree Civilization were almost unobstructed. He soon saw that during the few days he had stayed in the secondary dimensions, the World Tree Civilization had been stimulated by him and was searching for clues related to him. They had even increased the frequency of the diviners activating their abilities, indirectly causing Destiny's Child's surveillance to increase. He had left a deep impression on the other party this time. The reaction of the World Tree Civilization had all entered his eyes through Destiny's Child's surveillance, so he would not be completely unaware of the World Tree Civilization's movements. Destiny's Child was currently the most important intelligence channel. By observing the other party's real-time movements, he could make targeted arrangements in advance. It was like two players in a real-time strategy game. One side had opened the fog of war, while the other side was still trying to figure out the opponent's position. The difference was obvious. Seeing the World Tree Civilization's movements like a headless fly, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, black flames surged, and Oathkeeper arrived. "Black Star, why didn't you tell me before you came?" As he spoke, Oathkeeper's gaze swept back and forth between Han Xiao and Destiny's Child. His expression was as if he was saying, "You guys are having a tryst behind my back. I'm just here to ask about the surveillance. I'll come more often in the future. It'll be too troublesome to tell you every time. You'll get used to it." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Do you think you're a leader? You can inspect whenever you want," Oathkeeper cursed inwardly. "All right. I'm done with my questions. I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first." Han Xiao nodded. Without waiting for Oathkeeper to speak, he changed into another king suit and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oathkeeper helplessly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child ignored him as well. Seeing that Han Xiao had left, Destiny's Child went back to sleep. He was no longer as proactive as he had been when facing Han Xiao. It was as if he treated Oathkeeper like air, clearly treating him differently. Seeing that Destiny's Child did not give him any face, the corners of Oathkeeper's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath, suppressed the jealousy in his heart, and left gloomily. In the meeting room of the three universal civilizations, "Black Star, you're finally back. What took you so long?" Ma Bruce sized up Han Xiao's remote projection and sounded puzzled. Beside him, Louis and the ethereal sect leader were also curious. After sending Han Xiao away, they thought that Han Xiao's first exploration would not take long, but they did not expect that more than half a month would pass in the blink of an eye, and there was still no news of him. If not for Han Xiao taking the initiative to contact them, they would not have known that Han Xiao was back. In the past half a month, the three of them had been suffering. Because they could not contact Han Xiao, who was far away in the World Tree Civilization's territory, they were paranoid every day, thinking that something had happened to Black Star. Seeing that Han Xiao had taken the initiative to visit, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they were curious about what Han Xiao had done in the World Tree Civilization's territory for so long. "There were some accidents along the way, so I was delayed. Let's not talk about that for now. I obtained some information on this trip. Take a look." Han Xiao waved his hand and could not be bothered to chat with the three of them. He went straight to the point and sent the World Tree secrets that Barbany had mentioned to the three of them. The virtual screen appeared on the table. The three of them only took one look and were instantly stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. This is the information you obtained on this trip. Marbruce's eyes widened in disbelief. He was almost stunned. The three of them had limited expectations for this information. They felt that Han Xiao had gone to the other party's base after all, and it would be difficult for him to move. Even if he had gained something, it would not be too shocking. But what was with this information? They were all secrets that had never been heard of before. Information form warning network, information form camera. A bunch of important strategic information. It was obvious that it was not information that could be obtained easily. Could it be that Black Star had robbed the World Tree's confidential database this time? The three of them could not help but be dazed. How many times had they explored the World Tree civilization? At best, they had only stolen some general information from the internet, but it was all superficial. However, Black Star had only gone once, and he had obtained an explosive harvest. Be it the quality or quantity of the intelligence, it was countless times greater than theirs. The repeated explorations of the three universal civilizations were not even comparable to what Black Star had gained. The three of them looked at each other with mixed feelings. When Black Star was their opponent, it gave them a headache. When he was their teammate, he was extremely reliable. It was a pleasure. If not for the confidential information that Black Star had provided, they would not have known how passive the three universal civilizations were. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, the three of them calmed down and focused on browsing the World Tree secrets that Han Xiao had shared. Their expressions kept changing, sometimes serious, sometimes surprised, and sometimes frustrated. Very soon, the three of them finished reading the information with complicated expressions. So this is how we were exposed, Louis sighed. Looking at the information form warning network, they finally understood how the World Tree civilization had discovered them. This kind of technology is impossible to guard against. The World Tree civilization's research level in the information form field is much higher than ours, the ethereal Pope said with a frown. It seems like Black Star is right. It's best if we stop our regular exploration. The three of them looked at the information and felt a lot of pressure. At the same time, they were glad. It was all thanks to Black Star stealing these secrets. Otherwise, if they continued to explore without knowing anything, they might suffer one day. Now that they knew the World Tree's detection methods, they could deal with it. Black Star, how did you get this information? Marbruce could not help but ask. The other two also pricked up their ears. It's nothing. I just fought with them and interrogated them. By the way, I recorded the abilities of all the high-level combatants of the World Tree who fought with me and sent them to you. Han Xiao hid his own ability and gave a simple explanation. After thinking about it, he shared the information he had collected with the three of them. The information recorded was not as detailed as the combat information on the interface, but they could roughly understand the abilities and combat strength of more than 100 World Tree experts. The purpose of collecting this information was not for his own use but also to let the beyond grade as of the explored universe have a basic understanding of the enemy so that they would not be caught off guard. There was no need to hide it. Seeing the information of more than 100 World Tree experts, the three of them were stunned. Good heavens, did you go into stealth or fight? Fighting more than 100 high-level combatants in someone else's base, you're just relying on waves. Isn't this a little too radical? Louis could not help but speak. Han Xiao looked at him and shrugged. If we don't come into contact like this, do you think those secrets fall from the sky? Don't worry, although I fought with the enemy, all traces have been cleared. My intelligence channels have monitored the real-time movements of the World Tree civilization, and they didn't discover anything. Hearing this, Marbruce was speechless and was a little moved. Black Star, you took such a huge risk to collect information. Everyone will remember your contribution. In his opinion, if not for collecting strategic information, Black Star would not have taken the risk to deal with the World Tree experts, causing him to be pursued. All of this was for the big picture. When the other two realized this, they nodded their heads and sighed. Han Xiao raised his brows slightly. Seeing that the three of them had misunderstood his motives, he did not want to explain. He could not wait for the three of them to think that way. No matter what, the information you obtained has extremely high strategic significance. It can provide an important reference for our strategic direction. The three of them sighed for a while before becoming excited. No matter what, the information Blackstar had obtained on this trip had solved their urgent problem. It was more like timely help, enough to change their strategic deployment. The three of them began to discuss the next step of the plan, asking Han Xiao for his opinion from time to time. Hearing that the three of them had finally accepted his suggestion and decided to stop the regular exploration, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally convinced the three universal civilizations not to do anything unnecessary. His trust level had increased. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, two spindle-shaped dark green spaceships were flying quickly in the endless desolate universe. The concealment device covered the trajectory of the hyperdrive stream. In the cockpit, more than 10 operators were sitting in their respective positions, working hard. No one spoke, and there was only the sound of operations in the room. It was quiet. The cabin looked clean and tidy, but in some subtle places, there were still traces of time. Every once in a while, the World Tree Civilization would send exploration teams in different directions, trying to find other civilizations in the vast galaxy. These two spaceships were one of them. The crew did not remember how many years they had been sailing for, as if they were silently wandering in the cold universe. Suddenly, the radar, which had not moved for many years, sounded. Unknown metal object detected, direction. The dozen or so people in the room were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and immediately controlled the spaceships to fly in the direction indicated by the radar. The two spaceships dragged streams of light and turned around for a while. Very soon, the object locked onto by the radar entered their field of vision. Not far away, an egg-shaped metal cabin was slowly moving in the universe with a low-power tail flame. Its shell was mottled, and there were traces of cosmic radiation erosion. It looked like it had been sailing for a long time. The dozen or so people present looked at the metal cabin on the observation screen, and the same thought appeared in their minds. This looks like an escape pod. The group turned on the life detection device, and with extremely high technology, it directly penetrated the shell of the escape pod and detected the life signal inside. The appearance of the life inside the escape pod was quickly displayed on the screen, which looked like upright crayfish. Chapter 1344. After obtaining the secrets of the World Tree Civilization, the three universal civilizations adopted Han Xiao's opinion and adjusted their strategy. They no longer sent detection devices to the territory of the World Tree Civilization, reducing the possibility of information exchange between the two sides. Instead, they increased their investment in the secondary dimension expedition team. Han Xiao rested for a while. With the help of the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, he made another trip to the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Because he had the advantage of intelligence this time, he carefully avoided contact and completed the mission safely, obtaining the reward of infiltrating the enemy camp. After that, Han Xiao did not continue to sneak into the territory of the World Tree Civilization to harass the enemy. He also reduced his contact with the World Tree Civilization and stayed in the explored universe to build machinery every day. Occasionally, he would go to the Holy Covenant organization to check on the surveillance of Destiny's Child. On the surface, he returned to his normal life. In the short term, he did not plan to go to the territory of the World Tree Civilization again. Now that the enemy was prepared, he was afraid that he would fail. Furthermore, he already had enough information. Han Xiao did not plan to provoke the enemy anymore and focused on expanding his military strength. The unknowing galactic society still maintained the rhythm of their daily lives. As time passed, the three universal civilizations' recognition of the Beyond Grade A Association's independence gradually cooled down, but it did not disappear. The dissatisfaction of many galactic residents toward the three universal civilizations settled down and remained in their hearts. After the political status was written into the galactic law, the days of all the Beyond Grade A organizations became much better. No matter how complicated the feelings of the civilizations of the various starfields were, they still acknowledged this point and took out the attitude of treating other civilizations to conduct diplomacy with the Beyond Grade A Association to increase cooperation. Originally, the various organizations thought that the Beyond Grade A Association would make a move next, but the association continued to develop as usual with a rather low-key attitude, as if they were not the hot topic of public opinion recently. Whether the galaxy was chaotic or not, the big shots had the final say. Since the top organizations did not do anything, the life of the Galactic Society gradually returned to peace on the surface. Time slowly slipped away in this atmosphere. Flickering world, Black Star Core territory, Kundi Race's planet number 77. More than a dozen small warships with the Army's insignia led 3 large transport ships to slowly land on the planet's ground stop platform. Wind pressure continued to roll out, blowing away the fine dust on the ground. Landing gears popped out from the bottom of the ships one after another, fitting with the magnetic stop lock of the platform and stopping steadily. The doors of the spaceship opened one after another, and a group of Kundi race members wearing Black Star Core armor walked out of the spaceship. The leader was a tall Kundi race member wearing the special uniform of the logistics department. He was Barton, who had been imprisoned and released by Han Xiao. There were already groups of people waiting on the ground. They took the initiative to greet him, and both sides exchanged pleasantries. Barton was used to it and waved his hand. "This batch's supplies have been delivered. Help unload them." His prestige here was very high. When everyone heard his words, they all began to work. They unloaded batches of goods from the transport ship, loaded them onto the transport vehicles, and sent them to different cities in batches. Barton watched from the side with his hands on his hips. At this moment, a Kundi race member in robes walked to his side and smiled. "How long are you planning to stay this time?" "Half a day at most. The Army's logistics department has a lot of missions recently, so I can't delay. I'll leave after delivering this batch of supplies." Barton looked back. The person who spoke was someone he knew. He was the person in charge of this planet, similar to the Lord. Over the past few decades, the Kundi race planets had been lifted one after another. However, due to some interference, a unified regime was not born. Every planet had a lord who was only in charge of the planet's affairs. They were loosely allied with each other, like a confederation. After decades of adaptation, the Kundi race gradually integrated into the Galactic Society and got used to the various systems and rules of the Galactic Society. However, they were still very weak and difficult to develop. The industrial system was not perfect, so relying on the supers to feed back was still the main way to obtain various resources. Over the years, a large number of Kundi race members had chosen to join the Black Star Corps in exchange for various resources. Because the subsidies given to each planet were decided by these supers, their status was extraordinary. The various Kundi race lords had to fight for the support of the Kundi race supers, forming a dependent relationship. "Oh, the Army's work is indeed more important. It's a pity that I wanted to entertain you properly. Since you don't have the time, let's do it next time," the person in charge said. "We're familiar with each other. There's no need to entertain me." Barton shook his head. "How can that be? You're a celebrity from our planet after all. Our planet number 77 has developed quite well, all thanks to your care," the person in charge said warmly. "All right, you won't be short of the next batch of supplies." Barton sighed. How could he not know what the other party meant? Decades ago, after being pardoned by Han Xiao, he joined the army without hesitation and firmly took the path of feeding back to the race. He started from the bottom and slowly climbed up. Because he was a mechanic, after passing the internal test, Barton joined the logistics department. At the start, he was a basic researcher, but after successfully advancing to Grade B, he was promoted to the middle management of the logistics department. He was one of the few people with the highest position among the Kundi race supers in the army. Due to his position, he had a discount when purchasing supplies, so Barton's position in the Kundi race was very important and prestigious. The lords of every planet wanted to curry favor with him, and he was already used to it. How are the thoughts within the race now? Barton changed the topic. Hearing this, the person in charge turned to look at his people who were working and said with a smile, "We've been carrying out ideological education, and there are fewer and fewer radicals. Now, most people yearn for peace. That's good. Barton nodded. Looking at the energetic Kundi race people in the field, he could not help but feel gratified. The Red Empire had destroyed their home, but the difference between the two sides was too big. Barton had always used his position to ask the lords of the various planets to strengthen ideological education so that the younger generations would not be influenced by hatred. After many years of hard work, the Kundi race had finally walked on the path of positive development, and the radicals were unstable factors. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause under the influence of hatred? Barton did not want the race to be implicated by a small group of radicals and destroy the peace that they had painstakingly obtained. Thankfully, the decades of life had changed the minds of most people, and there were fewer radicals who wanted revenge. Most of the Kundi race were satisfied with their current lives. Their lives were colorful, and there was hope for the future. If only this peace could continue. Barton sighed in his heart. Blue Star, Bennett's residence. The courtyard was like a transparent greenhouse. Rows and rows of plants were planted. Bennett, with his white sideburns, walked among the plants, holding a water bottle and watering the plants slowly. He was wearing casual clothes and looked like an ordinary old man. It was hard to tell that he was the leader of a civilization. "Father, we're here to see you." Nero pushed open the door with one hand and held Mia's hand with the other. The two of them walked into the courtyard. Bennett put down the kettle and looked back. A kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face, and he waved his hand. "You're here. It's rare for you to have the time to see an old man like me, who has one foot in the grave. What are you talking about? Your body is still strong, and you can still live for a long time. Today is your birthday, so don't say such things." Nero brought MIA to Bennett and pretended to complain. Hello, MIA greeted shyly. She was a calamity-grade super who could kill without batting an eyelid, but she was actually nervous at this moment. "You're here too. Don't just stand there. Let's eat together today. Try my cooking." Bennett looked at MIA with satisfaction, as though he was sizing up his daughter-in-law. Nero had already brought MIA to meet his parents, and Bennett also knew that MIA and Nero were in a relationship. As for his son's choice, he did not interfere much. Furthermore, he was also quite satisfied with MIA. Bennett brought the two of them to the restaurant beside the courtyard. He then returned to the courtyard to pick some fresh plants and personally went to the kitchen to cook a table of dishes. The leader of a civilization and the two calamity-grade supers sat at the same table and chatted about their daily lives, just like how ordinary people would at home. After chatting for a while, Nero took out a tube of medicine from his pocket and said with a smile, "This is a birthday gift that Godfather asked me to bring over. It's a life potion personally made by Her Excellency Aurora. It can continue to extend one's life and maintain one's youth. Help me thank Black Star." Bennett smiled and accepted the potion. "Godfather expected that you would say that, and he asked me to tell you that with your relationship, there's no need to thank him. All right, that's his style." Bennett laughed and shook his head. He then turned to look at MIA and said with a smile, "What about you? What about you? Do you have any plans to raise your offspring?" Mia's face instantly turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. We don't have such thoughts for now," Nero scratched his head and said with embarrassment. "The main reason is that the higher the life level of an individual, the harder it is for them to give birth to offspring. MIA and I have tried many times and used all kinds of positions, but it's a pity that," bang, before he could finish his sentence, a bashful iron elbow landed on his ribs, causing Nero to almost suffocate. His words were immediately interrupted. Don't talk nonsense." Mia flew into a rage out of humiliation and subconsciously gave Nero a loving elbow strike. However, she immediately recalled that Bennett was still in front of her and immediately returned to her demure sitting posture with a bashful look on her face. "It's good to be young." Bennett wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The elbow strike from a calamity-grade supers had caused his hair to stand on end, and he could not help but look at Nero. "My good son, you've worked hard. It's fine. I just like to play around like this." Seeing Bennett's complicated gaze, Nero hurriedly explained for MIA. He grimaced and rubbed his ribs for a while before barely recovering. After coughing twice, Nero changed the topic and suddenly said with a serious expression, "By the way, Godfather also told me to tell you something important." "What is it?" Godfather said that in a while, he might relocate everyone in Blue Star. Relocate the entire Blue Star? Bennett was shocked. To where? He didn't say. He just wanted you to be mentally prepared. Nero replied. Hearing this, Bennett's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. He stroked his chin and pondered, trying to figure out what Han Xiao meant. To suddenly relocate Blue Star, could it be to the territory promised by the 3 universal civilizations to the Beyond Grade A Association? Or is it an emergency shelter? If it's an emergency shelter, could it be that a battle is about to break out? But wasn't there a good situation where everything was peaceful recently? I have a feeling that it's not something good. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Bennett was secretly worried. At the same time, in a wasteland of Blue Star, Hela and Aurora were walking slowly. Not far away, there was a huge crater with a large number of building debris scattered around. It was like debris that had been thrown out by a violent explosion. It was like a ruin. This was the ruins of the Germinal organization. It was now protected and treated as a historical relic. The 2 of them had originally come to visit Ames, but because they had arrived at the wrong time, they were chased out. Suddenly, they felt like revisiting this place, so they came to the ruins of the Germinal organization. Do you still remember? I was locked up here in the past. At that time, I thought that I would never be able to escape. Aurora squatted down and picked up a piece of metal. She played with it in her hands and said with a sigh. Hyla looked at her surroundings, and her memories of the past came back to life. It was rare for her to be so talkative, and she softly said, "Yes, I did so much dirty work for the Germinal organization. I said it was to save you, but in reality, I was just as lost, sinking deeper and deeper like a zombie. If not for Black Star, I probably wouldn't have survived." The 2 of them had experienced so many things, and they could now face the painful memories of the past with an open mind. Looking back at the past with their current eyes, it was like a dream. Aurora suddenly burst out laughing. Speaking of which, Black Star was so young back then. How could he be like now? People have to grow up. Hearing this, Hela's lips curled up slightly. She remembered the experience of torturing Han Xiao for more than half a year. Then, she thought of the infamous Black Star and felt the joy of seeing a big shot wet his bed when he was young. Although they were not real childhood friends, they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. There was not much difference. However, very quickly, Hyla's smile disappeared, and she sighed softly with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Aurora turned around and looked at her sister. "What are you sighing about?" "I was thinking, if I had chosen to go with him when he entered the galaxy, maybe now I wouldn't be one step behind him." Hela's tone was complicated, and she looked disappointed. "Blue Star's outer space, floating Dragon Island, are you leaving?" "Yes, when I rushed over, the machinery was only half built. I still have to go back and finish it." Han Xiao put on his clothes, buttoned them up, and covered his strong chest. He was ready to go out. At this time, 2 fair fingers clamped onto the hem of his shirt and tugged lightly. "Stay with me for a while longer." "Okay." Not long later, on the other side of floating Dragon Island, Aesop's residence, the bowls and plates on the table were shaking slightly, and the juice spilled onto the table. Aesop held the cutlery and looked at the ceiling and the corner of the wall helplessly. The wall was shaking slightly, and dust was falling. Sigh, it's shaking again. End of chapter. Chapter 1345. He looked back at the frequency of his leave requests. From the beginning of the year until now, he had accumulated exactly 7 days of rest, which was an average of 1 day of rest per month. He felt that it was still passable. He was a normal person with no mutation in his liver function. Godly Mechanic stayed up a little too late, so he applied for a day of leave. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1346. Half a day later. A light green force field rolled up a set of clothes, causing it to float in the air. Han Xiao reached out to grab it, put it on, and dressed neatly. He rubbed his tired waist and came to the mirror to rub his cheeks. Ames untied her hair and casually combed it. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall. She opened the fridge with her force field, took out a half-empty bottle of hard liquor, poured 2 glasses, and came to Han Xiao's side. She turned around and sat on the edge of the table. She handed one of the glasses to Han Xiao and smiled. "Drink some?" Hearing this, Han Xiao glanced at her, took the glass, and took a sip. Ames smiled and reached out to tidy up Han Xiao's clothes, helping him straighten his collar. "You've been quite busy recently. I wanted to find you some time ago, but I couldn't contact you." "When am I not busy?" Han Xiao smacked his lips and tasted the wine. The sweet taste echoed in his mouth. "Treat me honestly. Where did you go a few days ago? Did you go to the secondary dimensions with someone else?" Ames took a sip of the wine. Her posture was elegant, and her tone was teasing. "Nonsense, I've only gone to the secondary dimensions with you. At most, there's Kasui." Han Xiao drank the wine in one gulp, put down the glass, and casually combed his hair with his fingers in the mirror. Ames swirled the cup, smiled, and said, "You can be considered successful now. You've won independence for the Beyond Grade A Association, and the 3 universal civilizations have acknowledged your identity again. More than half of the goals you set for the association have been completed. You can relax now, right? It's still early. It's not the time to relax yet." "What, you're still not satisfied and want to continue climbing up?" Ames raised her brows. "You're already a top figure in the universe. It's a little dangerous to continue climbing. Don't tell me an ambitious person like you really wants to steal the position of the 3 universal civilizations and steal the position of the ruler. You're thinking too much. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. There's still a huge threat that hasn't been dealt with yet, but I can't tell you about it yet." Han Xiao glanced at her helplessly. He did not reveal much about the world tree for the time being. Even those close to him did not know. "All right, you always have big plans anyway. But, you can't be so busy all the time. There will be a day when you stop. If this matter can be resolved smoothly, I should be able to rest for a long time. Then I'll wait. Don't go back on your words." Ames smiled gently. "We'll see how it goes. If I really have free time, I'll spend more time with you." Han Xiao casually chatted for a while. Just as he was about to change into king and leave, his communicator rang. He had received a message. He took it out and looked at it. It was Aesop. Han Xiao was suddenly happy. "Heh, it's the old man who's looking for me. His timing is really on point." Ames glanced over and said nonchalantly, "He must have seen that the earthquake has stopped. That's why he called you. Do you want to go together?" Han Xiao waved his communicator. "He's looking for you, not me. He probably has some prophecy to talk to you about, so I won't go. I still have to meet Hela and the others later. You can go see the old man yourself. I'm going to take a shower." Ames waved her hand lazily and patted Han Xiao's butt. She then got up and left the table, walking out of the room. Han Xiao shook his head, left the Dragon Emperor Palace, and went to Aesop's house with ease. He was soon welcomed in by the AI butler. As soon as he entered, he saw Aesop sitting on the sofa and raising his eyebrows at him. "You're out. You already know the answer." Han Xiao curled his lips, picked up a fruit from the fruit platter on the table, and threw it into his mouth. He then sat on the sofa beside Aesop, put one arm on the back of the chair, and crossed his legs, as if it was his own home. He casually asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Be quieter next time," Aesop said helplessly. "It's not the first time. Since when did you care so much?" Han Xiao glanced at him strangely. "I'm saying be more careful. Every time you guys are done with the earthquake, the logistics department has to repair it. They think that Ames is training and have already complained to me more than once, asking me to persuade her not to trouble floating Dragon Island." Aesop shook his head with a pained expression. He knew that Han Xiao and Ames had maintained a relationship for a very long time. Although Ames was his adopted daughter in name, He knew that this kind of private matter had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he did not interfere or have the ability to do so. Furthermore, Black Star had always made him very satisfied. As an ancient with a rich history of love, Aesop was quite open-minded in this regard. He was not surprised that Ames and Black Star had hooked up. The way he saw it, the two of them had known each other for almost 100 years, and they were on the same level. They had experienced many things together and liked each other. It was only a matter of time before they slept on the same bed. As for the two of them not being married, it was not a big deal in Aesop's eyes. The old-style marriage system was no longer popular thousands of years ago. The galactic races had a long lifespan and a colorful life. Lifelong monogamy was a backward system that many galactic civilizations had eliminated. The mainstream type of marriage contract now was usually legal polygamy and monogamy with a contractual time limit. However, no matter what kind of marriage it was no longer a necessity for galactic residents. Due to the strong mobility of the population, most of the galactic civilizations' identity registration had been simplified. Many galactic residents raised their children out of wedlock. The civilizations gave them high subsidies and even built public foster homes. Hearing this, Han Xiao was a little speechless. You didn't call me here just for this, right? If there's nothing serious, I'll go back. I'm not that bored. Of course, I have something serious to talk to you about. Aesop calmed himself down and threw away his distracting thoughts. He leaned forward and said solemnly, I recently had a new prophecy. I saw an ominous cloud hanging over the galactic society. It contains blood, fire, roars, and screams. It's very likely that a disaster is brewing. Do you still remember my previous prophecy? Endless wormholes opened up, and countless fleets invaded. The two seem to be related. Perhaps an unknown war will break out in the near future. Is that so? Han Xiao raised his brows. The content of Aesop's prophecy was probably referring to the world tree. You don't seem surprised. Aesop blinked. Since you have a prophecy, there's no need to hide it from you. You must be very curious about the reason why the three universal civilizations have given in time and time again. This is it. Han Xiao spread his hands. Aesop was shocked before coming to a realization. So there's an external enemy. That makes sense. The three universal civilizations have no choice but to unite their forces, so they reached an agreement with you. That's about it. I can reveal some information. The external enemy this time is very troublesome. It might be the strongest enemy the three universal civilizations have seen in all these years. As for the specific details, I can't tell you for the time being. Just be mentally prepared, Han Xiao said. So, a universal war is really going to break out. Sigh, the days of peace are always so short. If it's an external enemy, it won't be a small fight. Who knows how many people will die? Aesop sighed. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn. Black Star, if the situation isn't good, I hope you can leave with Ames. There's no need to die with the three universal civilizations. How tragic is the scene you prophesied to make you so pessimistic? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Aesop said slowly with a serious expression, I'm just taking precautions. Remember, if the situation isn't right, don't walk down a dark path. On the other side, in the void dimension, Kasui's palace. Kasui sat at one end of the table. Opposite him was Manason's remote projection. On the table was a virtual card game of Wayne cards. The two of them were playing cards while chatting casually. Now that the association has an official status, according to Black Star's personality, he should strike while the iron is hot and carry out the next step of the plan. Now, he's keeping a low profile and not opening up a new plan, missing the opportunity. This isn't like him, Kasui said slowly as he casually played a card. Manison checked his cards and casually said without raising his head, Black Star definitely has his own plan. He's been very mysterious recently, colluding with the three universal civilizations. I don't know what he's doing. Speaking of which, the three universal civilizations' concessions have always been strange. Kasui crossed his hands. Manison did not mind and said calmly, the three universal civilizations are obviously under pressure. The choice of the three universal civilizations is obviously due to pressure. As for where the pressure is coming from, there are only a few possibilities. Based on the current situation, the most likely scenario is an invasion. Black Star should have reached an agreement with the three universal civilizations to fight the enemy together. Let's just wait. Not necessarily. Kasui shook his head. Because he had information on the iterations, he thought more. Other than the possibility of foreign enemies, he also felt that the three universal civilizations might have discovered the existence of the iterations and put down the dispute. However, this was all speculation. No matter which one it was, he supported Han Xiao's current approach. Although Han Xiao did not reveal the situation of the World Tree, many beyond graders had thought about it over the past few days and roughly guessed that the reason for the current situation was the existence of an external enemy. However, since Black Star did not announce it, many association members had a tacit understanding and pretended not to know. In places that Han Xiao did not know, there were already quite a number of beyond grade as secretly preparing for battle. Somewhere in the unexplored universe, the spaceship of the World Tree exploration team changed direction and was heading in one direction at full speed. The crew members in the cockpit were all excited, and there were even a few trembling old Kundi race members tied up in the corner. After so many years, we've finally found a prey. The captain stared at the coordinates on the screen excitedly. They had been wandering in the universe for many years, searching for unknown civilizations alone. The universe was so vast, and the probability was obvious. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. To the expedition team, it was like an exile, and they only had a harvest today. Not long ago, they had discovered a low-tech escape pod and captured the life inside. Through various methods, they had obtained the information in the memories of these intelligent creatures who called themselves the Kundi race. When the dynasty defeated the Kundi race civilization, batches of their race had escaped through the escape pods. After many years of travel and some coincidental factors, some of the survivors had left the explored universe, and this escape pod was one of those who had escaped. The memories of these Kundi race members of the explored universe only stopped at the stage of the war between the Red Empire and them. Because they were a native civilization of the flickering world and had not integrated into the galactic society, they had almost no understanding of the situation in the explored universe. However, to the World Tree exploration team, the most valuable information was the coordinates recorded in this escape pod, as well as the navigation records over the years. It provided them with a navigation target that pointed to the original address of the Kundi race civilization, which was the flickering world starfield. Due to the uniqueness of the World Tree's mental network, every exploration team was a real-time universe coordinate recorder. The coordinates of every place they passed would be uploaded to the World Tree simultaneously. This meant that as long as the exploration team reached their destination, they would obtain the coordinates of their opponent. After analysis and research, the World Tree's base could use the wormhole generator to transport a large number of troops. The three universal civilizations had also used this method to enter the territory of the World Tree civilization for the first time. It was basically the standard space technology of advanced civilizations. At the same time, the exploration team was also in charge of intelligence work, infiltrating the territory of the unknown civilization to gather information about the other party. Only when they knew about the enemy's situation would the World Tree invade on a large scale, not rashly start a war as soon as they found prey. I wonder what level of civilization the prey is this time. Could it be the nest of the outsider who caused a ruckus in the territory of the civilization recently? TSK, we have to be careful. The captain muttered to himself and was very vigilant. He had also learned from the mental network that Han Xiao had fought 100 enemies alone in the territory of the World Tree civilization. If these coordinates were really the hometown of that brave outsider, the danger level would be the highest. Chapter 1347. In a military-restricted zone in the Black Star Core territory. In the bright galaxy, two gigantic mechanical deities were colliding like galactic beasts in close combat. With every collision, electric arcs flashed, sparks flew, and shockwaves kept bursting out like endless ripples. Bang! Among them, The black and gold mechanical deity had a thick psionic shield and collided with the opponent's abdomen, causing light to splatter everywhere. Taking advantage of this collision, it opened up a small distance, and countless beams of light shot out from the densely packed muzzles on its shoulders, condensing into a dazzling golden beam of light that pushed the opponent away. The mechanical deity that was sent flying rolled in the galaxy for a while before quickly stabilizing its body. Its flickering shield blocked the attack, and it was not injured. "You've recovered well." The black and gold mechanical deity did not chase after it. Its body opened and closed like scales, and it put its weapon back into its body. It then spoke in the channel. It was Han Xiao himself. The other mechanical deity was Herbalin. Hearing this, it stopped, stretched its shoulder axle, and said with a muffled voice, "This configuration still needs to be readjusted. The power is not enough." After waking up and proving the existence of the World Tree, Herbalin had repaired its body with Han Xiao's help, recovered its combat strength, added various weapons, and formed different equipment configurations. From time to time, it would spar with Han Xiao to test the combat ability of various configurations. "I think this melee equipment combination suits you quite well. Just add a few more sets of reactor modules. Although you can't beat me, it shouldn't be a problem for you to fight on par with the Mecha Empire." Han Xiao smiled. To him, sparring with Herbalin was a good leisure activity. He could relax his body and mind while building machinery. After all, most beyond grade as could not stand his size, and Herbalin's size was about the same as his. At the same time, it was also resistant to beatings and could fight freely. It was a good combat opponent. Although Herbalin had been defeated by the World Tree before, it was still one against many, and its strength could not be underestimated. After recovering its combat strength, it would definitely enter the first echelon of the explored universes beyond grade as, and it would even be at the top level. It would be a strong help. Hearing this, Herbalin disarmed himself, removed a metal tube from the armor groove, and casually threw it to Han Xiao, saying, "Another mutated vehicle." Han Xiao took the metal tube and looked at it. He sensed some special structure from it. He nodded and put it away. Although he was also an active mechanical deity now, that was the result of a trick and did not completely replicate the uniqueness of Herbalin. Herbalin's body was very strange. It was a combination of flesh and blood life forms and mechanical life forms. Mechanical parts that had been configured for a long time had a chance of naturally mutating like biological tissues, turning into special equipment similar to the accompanying weapons of apostle weapons. Their effects were strengthened. A body like Herbalin's was a treasure in the eyes of the average person. Any piece of it contained amazing technical content. However, Han Xiao only needed the mutation module. He asked Herbalin to dig out the mutated body tissue from time to time and give it to him for research. This was one of the rewards for debugging the body. After doing all this, Herbalin asked, "How is your contact with the World Tree now?" "It's all right. We've obtained a lot of secrets. For the time being, we'll hold back and accumulate strength." Han Xiao briefly explained the situation of him stealing the World Tree's secrets and his current strategic plan. This was the information that he had agreed to share when he invited Herbalin to fight against the World Tree. Hearing that the three universal civilizations had the advantage of intelligence with Han Xiao's help, Herbalin hesitated for 2 seconds and could not help but say, "The three universal civilizations are really lucky to have someone like you." If one were to ask Herbalin what he was feeling now, it would be envy and jealousy. The Karma Republic that he was in only reacted when the World Tree civilization came knocking on their door. They were caught off guard and were defeated easily. He could not help but envy the explored universe for having Black Star. If the Karma Republic also had Black Star's help, at least they would not have lost without any resistance. Herbalin had mixed feelings and said dejectedly, "Unfortunately, we don't have such luck. We can't have someone like you." Cough, "It's not that bad." Han Xiao was speechless. "We were just chatting. Why did you suddenly start bragging?" "Did I ask you to brag?" Just as he was about to say something to comfort her, his communicator suddenly beeped. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Oathkeeper. "Destiny's Child Surveillance has discovered something. Come quickly." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and immediately lost the mood to chat. He casually said goodbye to Herbalin, then changed into the king and teleported to the Holy Covenant organization. His vision blurred, and he arrived at Destiny's Child's laboratory. This time, Oathkeeper was waiting for him in the room. "What's going on? What's going on?" Han Xiao glanced at Destiny's Child, walked to Oathkeeper, and asked directly. "There's a change in the situation. Take a look." Oathkeeper's expression was solemn, and he was not in the mood to joke. Han Xiao turned around and connected with Destiny's Child mentally. Information flowed into his mind, and his expression changed. "The World Tree Exploration Team has obtained our coordinates." This information was a little unexpected, and Han Xiao's mood immediately became solemn. Destiny's Child's surveillance came from the information exchange when the subbody activated its foresight ability. The intelligence obtained this time was that an exploration team of the World Tree had found the coordinates of a new unknown civilization. The World Tree used all the information this exploration team had as a medium for foresight and organized a large number of diviners to activate their abilities. Thus, Destiny's Child knew about the exploration team's situation. Therefore, Han Xiao saw in the intelligence that the World Tree Exploration Team had discovered a group of Kundi race members, as well as the information they had obtained. The coordinates pointed to the old site of the Kundi race civilization, which was in the middle of the flickering world. The surveillance intelligence showed the origin of this group of Kundi race members. They were the survivors of the war. Although the refugees knew almost nothing about the Galactic Society, causing the World Tree to be unsure if this unknown civilization was the same as the outsiders who were spying on them, exposing the coordinates was an extremely dangerous matter. The World Tree would definitely investigate it thoroughly. By then, they would naturally be able to find out the details of the three universal civilizations. "There's actually such a thing," Han Xiao frowned. In his previous life, the World Tree's invasion had been devastating, and they had come prepared. It was obvious that the exploration team had discovered the three universal civilizations early on, but they had been secretly stealing information until they were ready. No one knew when the World Tree first discovered the three universal civilizations, but to Han Xiao, it did not make sense for it to be so early. It was most likely a butterfly effect. Because of his influence, the number and trajectory of the Kundi race refugees had changed, and they had coincidentally bumped into the World Tree Exploration Team. Without the coordinates, it would be difficult to find something in a house. If they knew the location, the efficiency would increase countless times, not to mention the vast galactic universe. The same logic applied to the World Tree Exploration Team. In his previous life, the exploration team was most likely searching aimlessly, like looking for a needle in a haystack, and coincidentally came to the explored universe. Now that they had the navigation coordinates, they could directly head in that direction. They would definitely arrive at the explored universe much earlier, exposing the three universal civilizations in advance. "What do you plan to do?" Oathkeeper asked with a deep voice when he saw Han Xiao's expression changing. Han Xiao came back to his senses and frowned. "If that's the case, we can only interfere. We can't sit back and watch the World Tree find us so easily." Destiny's Child's surveillance showed the current location of the exploration team. The only thing they could do now was to intercept the exploration team halfway and try their best not to let the World Tree find out about the strength of the three universal civilizations. They had to buy some time for the three universal civilizations to mobilize openly and officially enter war mode to face the enemy. However, no matter what, the World Tree had already obtained the coordinates, and finding the flickering world was a foregone conclusion. Even if they destroyed this exploration team, there would still be an endless stream of reinforcements. "I thought there was still a lot of time, but plans can't keep up with changes." Thinking of this, Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. It was not easy to convince the three universal civilizations to listen to his suggestion and reduce their contact with the World Tree civilization, leaving more time for the secondary dimension expedition team. However, unexpected factors made things go contrary to his wishes. The Kundi race civilization had once been destroyed by the dynasty, and now, the refugees had brought an even greater disaster to the three universal civilizations. It was like a cycle of reincarnation, and no one could blame anyone. With a sigh, Han Xiao collected his emotions and calmed himself down. No matter what, It had already happened. He could only think of a way to deal with it and accept reality. The World Tree has already discovered our coordinates. In the meeting room of the three universal civilizations, the three of them were shocked when they received Han Xiao's information. It's like this, Han Xiao explained the whole story. After he left the Holy Covenant, he immediately informed the leaders of the three universal civilizations to share this sudden information. After hearing the explanation, the three of them had solemn expressions. The three of them did not have much thoughts about the Kundi race refugees leaking the secret. At most, they would curse them for being unlucky, but they were more glad that Han Xiao had a surveillance channel to discover the World Tree's movements this time. After all, they did not have a perverted information form warning network like the World Tree. If they were infiltrated, they would be completely undetectable. After thinking for a while, Ma Bruce spoke with a serious tone. Blackstar, I'll leave the exploration team to you. Everyone, from now on, we have to enter a state of war. Chapter 1348. Somewhere in the unexplored universe. With a flash of light, Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air in the vast starry sky. This is where the exploration team passed by. Glancing at the coordinates, Han Xiao mumbled to himself, "That's right." The World Tree used all the information of the exploration team as a medium for prediction, including the route of the exploration team. Destiny's Child had also intercepted the detailed coordinates, and Han Xiao used the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device to enter the coordinates and teleport to this unexplored area that the three universal civilizations had never set foot in. The exploration team had passed by here not long ago, so they were naturally far away now. According to the navigation coordinates given by the Kundi race, the exploration team is heading this way. Han Xiao took out the galactic locator and calibrated the location. He then turned around and locked onto a direction. With the navigation coordinates, the exploration team was most likely moving in a straight line, so he could determine the other party's direction. Although the exploration team was very fast and had already run very far ahead, he could not see them. However, this method was enough for him to chase after them. With a flash of mechanical force, the door of the secondary dimensional army box opened, and a large number of mechanical troops surged out. Han Xiao led a group of troops and chased after them along the navigation coordinates, while the rest of the mechanical troops scattered and explored in different directions. On one hand, it was to be safe, afraid that the exploration team would take a detour. On the other hand, it was to set up a Stargate terminal nearby. The three universal civilizations would set up a terminal on the other side of the explored universe and connect the two sides to activate the long-distance Stargate channel. This involved the next step of the strategy that they had discussed before they set off. Due to the devouring mechanism of the World Tree, the three universal civilizations did not wish to start a war in their own territory. This would be too passive, so they decided to use the Stargate to send a large number of troops to this area and build a defense circle along the exploration team's route to defend against the enemy outside the country. At the same time, they would stop the exploration army of the World Tree and try to increase the difficulty of infiltrating. Between the defense circle and the flickering world, there was still a large unexplored area as a buffer zone. Even if the World Tree broke through the defense line, it would not be able to immediately attack the territory of the explored universe. This way, the three universal civilizations could bombard as much as they wanted and use strategic weapons of mass destruction to cover the area, trying their best to eliminate the World Tree's strength. These were all necessary preparations. However, in Han Xiao's opinion, an all-out war would not erupt because of this. He had learned from Barbani about the World Tree's habits. Even if it discovered that they had established a defensive circle, the World Tree would not rashly attack. There was a high chance that it would take a detour and find a way to sneak into their rear to steal information. The World Tree focused on invasion. It seemed reckless, but that was not the case. According to Barbani's explanation, the World Tree's greatest advantage was its endless army and its astonishing detection technology, which was its hard strength and intelligence ability. Why were they always able to launch invasions so easily? Rather than relying on brute force, it was more about grasping detailed information about the enemy before the battle, understanding the enemy's weakness, and then accurately attacking the enemy's penis, striking the enemy's soul and winning the battle from the get-go. Han Xiao calculated in his heart as he led the mechanical army through hyperdrive at full power, turning into streams of light that flashed across the starry sky. All of them were equipped with high warp speed hyperdrive engines. With the enhancement of mechanical force, their speed was even faster than the exploration team. After chasing for an unknown amount of time, the exploration team's 2 spaceships appeared in the radar's vision. It's indeed in this direction. Seeing the target appear, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Destiny's Child was really awesome, or else it would not have gone so smoothly. The exploration team had activated the concealment device, but they could not avoid his detection, and he would not be easily discovered by a small exploration team. Han Xiao did not intend to communicate with them. He waved his hand and had a group of mechanical troops go around to the front to set up a space stabilization anchor, forcing the exploration team out of hyperdrive mode. He then set up his long-range weapons and locked onto the 2 spaceships. Not long after, the 2 spaceships of the exploration team crashed into the trap set up by the mechanical army. They shook violently, and their speed plummeted, returning to normal navigation mode. Han Xiao opened fire without hesitation. A thick high-energy particle stream shot out from the muzzle and swept past the 2 spaceships. The next moment, the shields of the 2 spaceships shattered in the blink of an eye. The bodies of the spaceships melted and disappeared without a trace. A small exploration team naturally could not withstand Han Xiao's attack. Seeing that the target had been successfully eliminated, Han Xiao shook his head, but he could not be happy. He knew that this was just the beginning. Due to the mental network connection of the World Tree, it was basically impossible to mislead this exploration team. Now, the World Tree's base camp would definitely place great importance on the exploration team's progress. If anything went wrong here, the World Tree would be able to discover it. It was equivalent to the mainframe backing up all the data. He could hack the exploration team, but he could not hack the World Tree's main body. Tampering with the data would be easily detected, so he could only eliminate the exploration team to buy some time. Han Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he collected the surrounding spatial coordinates and summoned the engineering team to set up the place. At the same time, in the World Tree civilization, the exploration team's mental network connection has been cut off. The team members have all turned into seeds. They seem to have been attacked. In the Tree King Hall, Tedrian stood under the throne and reported the situation with a surprised tone. Due to the discovery of the prey, the World Tree civilization placed great importance on the exploration team's progress and had been maintaining mental communication with the team. The moment the exploration team lost contact, the upper echelons noticed it. Enemy attack. Could it be this unknown civilization? How did they discover the exploration team? The subduing Tree King frowned. At this moment, the other Tree King sitting on the throne laughed and slowly said, "This unknown civilization is not simple. It seems that this unknown civilization is not simple. It either has a special anti-surveillance method similar to the information form warning network, or it has built an outpost outside the territory. It's also possible that the refugees discovered by the exploration team are just a trap." There were 5 thrones in the hall, corresponding to the 5 Tree Kings. At this moment, 3 thrones were empty, and only 2 Tree Kings had appeared. One of them was subduing Tree King Saint Grace, and the one who spoke was Heart Tree King Minakor, a peak beyond Grade A psychic. After Han Xiao caused a ruckus, the World Tree civilization entered a state of alert, and the Heart Tree King woke up from his deep sleep. There were now 2 Tree Kings on standby, and the other 3 Tree Kings were also observing the situation outside. At this moment, there were still a few executive officers waiting in the hall. Hearing this, an executive officer asked, "Trap? Are you saying that there's a problem with the coordinates obtained by the exploration team?" The Heart Tree King did not comment and casually said, "The coordinates and information provided by this group of refugees might have been specially forged by an unknown civilization. Their goal might be to lure the enemy in and lure outsiders into the trap they prepared. After all, the universe is so big, and we're not the only hunters." The expressions of the executive officers became more solemn. The exploration team had just discovered the coordinates, but they were already wiped out. They could not help but be afraid, and their evaluation of this unknown civilization increased. In the process of conquering the universe, it was not as if they had never encountered a tough opponent. They had also seen civilizations that focused on invasion. They had always maintained their vigilance against such existences. At this moment, Tedrian exclaimed and said, "That's not right. If this is a trap to lure the enemy, there's no need for this unknown civilization to attack the exploration team. This will only alarm others. They should have shown weakness." The Heart Tree King smiled and nodded. "That's right, so the possibility of this being a trap is not high. This unknown civilization probably doesn't want to come into contact with outsiders and is afraid of being exposed. However, their actions also exposed some things. After the unknown civilization discovered the exploration team, they directly launched an attack without any intention of capturing them alive. Isn't this a suspicious point?" Hearing this, the eyes of many executive officers flickered thoughtfully. Tedrian pondered. Logically speaking, when a civilization discovers an exploration team of unknown origins, there's a high chance that they will capture them alive and try to obtain information. The Heart Tree King nodded and slowly said, "That's right, but this unknown civilization did not do so. Maybe it's because they're cautious, but it's more likely that they have our information and know that the World Tree has a mental network connection, so they don't dare to show themselves, afraid that they'll be observed. Think about it, if they don't understand our mental network, what are the chances of them destroying a foreign exploration team so carelessly?" Tedrian was shocked and said with a deep voice, "So, you're saying that this unknown civilization is very likely the hometown of the outsider who stole a lot of our secrets?" As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Han Xiao had left quite a psychological scar on them, and it was still fresh in their minds. Just the mention of him made many members of the World Tree feel pressured. All of this is just a guess. We still have to investigate what's going on. The Heart Tree King waved his hand and said calmly, "The next step is to locate the coordinates that this exploration team has recently passed by, open the wormhole channel, and send the advance troops over. We will continue the unfinished exploration and head toward the navigation coordinates. Regardless of whether it's a trap or not, this is the only clue we have at the moment. We have to investigate it thoroughly." "That's what I meant." The subduing Tree King nodded. "Understood. We'll mobilize the fleet now." The executive officers bowed in response. Somewhere in the central galaxy in the explored universe, a few huge Stargate devices lay in the middle of the galaxy. At this moment, the passageway was not open, and it was only a huge ring-shaped mechanical device. In front of these Stargates floated an endless joint fleet. The armies of the Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church were clearly separated. They had been waiting here for a long time. These Stargates were compatible with the Stargate terminals that Han Xiao had taken away. As long as Han Xiao completed the terminal connection, the two sides would be able to establish a fast channel. After learning of the existence of the World Tree, the three universal civilizations had been secretly mobilizing their troops. Currently, most of the armies were on standby and could be mobilized at any time. While Han Xiao was dealing with the exploration team, the three universal civilizations had efficiently recruited a group of mobile troops and were waiting here. With Black Star's efficiency, it should be soon. In the main ship of the Radiant Federation, Commander Simon played with an exquisite handmade pocket watch and looked down at the time from time to time. The crew members around him all had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was solemn. At this moment, the few Stargates outside the window were activated one after another. A dark blue spatial vortex appeared in the ring device. Starlight shone mysteriously as it led to the exit on the other side. Seeing this, Simon slammed the cover shut and expressionlessly put the pocket watch into the front pocket of his military uniform. Everyone, set off. Chapter 1349. In the area where the exploration team was wiped out, Han Xiao's mechanical army had already set up the Stargate device and activated the channel. The space vortex slowly rotated, and not long after, batches of the three universal civilizations' fleets sailed out of the Stargate. Simon immediately saw the mechanical base floating in the starry sky outside the window. This was Han Xiao's temporary stronghold. "We're here." Simon sent a message to Han Xiao. "I see it. This is the exploration team's trajectory. I'll leave the rest to you guys." Han Xiao replied casually before sending the information to the various commanders. Simon nodded and did not exchange greetings. He turned around and ordered the fleet to start moving. The three universal civilizations' joint army immediately dispersed. The engineering team built the prototype of the defense circle on the spot, while the mobility team followed the exploration team's route and set up space stabilization devices along the way. The world tree could only take the coordinates from the exploration team's route to open a wormhole, and the three universal civilizations countered this. Seeing the three universal civilizations' fleets start working in an orderly manner, Han Xiao nodded. Although the two sides had come into contact in advance, compared to his previous life, the three universal civilizations were in a much better situation. Now that the world tree did not know their background and was not prepared, they could not invade from the secondary dimensions. Therefore, the three universal civilizations only needed to pay attention to the front line of the main universe for the time being, which saved them a lot of energy. Furthermore, they had the initiative and blocked the enemy outside their territory. The situation was not bad. Everyone set up for a long time. Suddenly, a space-time anomaly occurred somewhere on the exploration team's route, attracting everyone's attention. A wormhole vortex formed out of thin air, but on the way, the wormhole was disturbed by the nearby space stabilization anchor. The process was interrupted and destroyed. The world tree's teleportation failed. Seeing this, many of the three universal civilizations' officers were overjoyed. This was obviously the world tree's attempt to send the next batch of troops after the exploration team died. This proved that their current plan was effective and successfully stopped the world tree from teleporting troops. This way, the world tree could only choose to teleport further away and keep trying until it succeeded. At that time, the three universal civilizations, who were prepared, would naturally chase after them and start exchanging fire. Since the plan was effective, Han Xiao did not keep an eye on it. He left this to the three universal civilizations. With more people, the efficiency was higher. Leaving behind a throne, Han Xiao changed into the king and returned to the explored universe. He still had many things to do. Planet Finn, beyond Grade A Association headquarters. After Han Xiao returned, he immediately called for an emergency meeting. When the members of the association received the news, they all attended. Ever since the three universal civilizations lifted the ban, Black Star had not gathered everyone so urgently. In the venue, the projections of many beyond grade as landed in their seats and looked at Han Xiao curiously. "Black Star, why did you urgently call us for a meeting?" Kasui turned his head and asked. Han Xiao looked around and said with a deep voice, "I know that all of you have always been curious about the reason behind our truce with the three universal civilizations. Previously, due to the confidentiality agreement and some strategic considerations, I did not reveal it to the outside world. However, now that the situation has changed, I can tell all of you, because the three universal civilizations discovered a foreign civilization that lives on aggression and threatened the safety of the entire galactic society, they chose to compromise and give in at the critical moment, hoping to unite our forces to fight against the foreign enemy." Hearing this, the expressions of the beyond grade as present changed. Some were enlightened, some were bewildered, and some were not surprised. Many people had already vaguely expected this possibility, so they did not show much reaction. Manason's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "This is the condition of the three universal civilizations giving us independence." "That's right." Han Xiao nodded. "Then how strong is this foreign enemy?" Kasui was curious. "Due to some reasons, it's not convenient to reveal the details for the time being, but the overall strength is very strong." Han Xiao briefly explained the scale of the World Tree's forces. After hearing the introduction, many people looked at each other and frowned. They were afraid of the strong enemy Han Xiao described. "I didn't expect to be fighting side by side with the three universal civilizations in the blink of an eye. The foreign enemy is so strong. Can the three universal civilizations win? Even if they can win, it will probably be a Pyrrhic victory." Many people whispered in each other's ears, discussing in low voices. They were deeply worried. Dylan frowned. In other words, we still have to work for the 3 universal civilizations. Han Xiao waved his hand. It's just a deal. Besides, we're also the prey of the foreign enemy. We're in the same boat as the 3 universal civilizations. Nonsense. The 3 universal civilizations can't even take care of themselves, and we can definitely leave. They won't dare to stop us at this juncture, but if we stay to fight, won't we be using our lives to protect the rule of the 3 universal civilizations? Dylan's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. His hostility toward the 3 universal civilizations was very firm. If we participate in the battle, who knows how many people will die? Even with the Sanctum revival, we'll probably. Beja hesitated. Most people were willing to fight the 3 universal civilizations for the treatment of the beyond grade as because of historical reasons, but many people were not willing to fight for the 3 universal civilizations. Among them, the revivers made up the largest proportion. They felt that they could no longer enjoy the Sanctum revival and lost their lives for the 3 universal civilizations. They could not help but feel that it was not worth it. The issue of protecting the people was not in the consideration of some beyond grade as. After all, the strength of an individual was different from that of a civilization. If they did not rely on the people to start, they naturally did not have much of an obligation to protect them. Now that the problem of the beyond grade as was basically solved, many revivers had achieved their goal, and their mentality inevitably turned to being independent. Han Xiao saw everyone's expressions and said, "This is the condition of the deal. If we don't participate in the battle, the association's independence and other agreements will be nullified." Dylan snorted disapprovingly. "Come on, it's not certain if the 3 universal civilizations can win. We're risking our lives to fight, but if the 3 universal civilizations lose, these agreements will still be useless. To us, it's a huge loss. This is obviously a method to gain something without risking anything. You're right, but there are 2 sides to everything. This is also an opportunity. Furthermore, we were all born in the Galactic Society, and it's not time for us to abandon our hometown. Escaping is not the first choice." Han Xiao shook his head. "All right, let's say we win against the foreign enemies, but after that, what if the 3 universal civilizations take the opportunity to clean us up again? Will we still have the strength to resist then?" Dylan questioned. "Of course, I've considered this. Don't worry, it won't be our turn to fight against the foreign enemies. The losses of the 3 universal civilizations will only be greater than ours. At that time, the association will still be able to retain enough strength, even stronger than now." Dylan snorted. "It's easy to say. I don't care about others, but I won't agree. You want me to fight for the 3 universal civilizations? No way." Han Xiao ignored him and turned to look at the others. "What do you guys think?" Hearing the argument between the 2 of them, the beyond grade as had different expressions. Some were hesitant, while others were calm. Black Star is right. This is a deal. There are risks and benefits. We're not fighting for the 3 universal civilizations, but for our hometown. At least for me, I'm used to living here for so long. If it's not necessary, I don't want to watch the Galactic Society be destroyed," Kant said slowly. Kasui nodded and said, "No matter what, it's too early to discuss escaping before the war starts. I believe that Black Star doesn't mean to fight to the death. If the situation is really irreversible, with his style, he won't lead us to the end." "That's right." Secret Master nodded expressionlessly. Most of the beyond grade as other than the revivers understood Han Xiao's approach. After all, not everyone was willing to abandon their hometown. Furthermore, as a beyond grade A, they still had the confidence to protect themselves even in the face of a universal war. Being scared away by the enemy was not within the consideration of most people. Whether they could win or not would only be known after fighting. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded at everyone, then looked at Dylan and the others, slowly saying, "The war hasn't started yet. You still have plenty of time to consider. The association respects the opinions of every member and cannot force anyone to participate in the war. Of course, if you change your mind one day, I welcome you to fight alongside us. Humph, even if the Galactic Society is gone and I have to live in seclusion, I won't regret my attitude today. Dylan snorted. Han Xiao's expression was calm, and he was not angry. It was normal to have differences, and he had considered this long ago. However, in his previous life, everyone in the explored universe was a soldier, so it could be seen that most people were still upright. Furthermore, in his previous life, Oathkeeper had persuaded many revivers to participate in the war at the critical moment. Clearly, it was not only because of emotions but also because he had used the Sanctum Revival as a bargaining chip to move all the Beyond Grade as. When the truth of the unlimited Sanctum Revival was exposed, he believed that these cold and aloof avoidance faction would really be satisfied. Han Xiao gave some instructions before announcing the end of the meeting. Everyone left with their own thoughts, and only Man Ison stayed behind. What do you have to say to me? Han Xiao looked at him and asked. Man Ison crossed his hands on his legs and said calmly, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to reconsider my route? Why, you want to replace the 3 universal civilizations?" Han Xiao smiled faintly. "Can't I?" Man Ison glanced at Han Xiao. "If we lose, pretend that I didn't say anything. If we win, this will be an excellent opportunity. Maybe that will be the weakest moment of the 3 universal civilizations so far, and the virtual mutiny virus in our hands will come in handy. You still haven't given up, and the things you're plotting are even more exaggerated." Han Xiao shook his head. Man Ison was expressionless. When the 3 universal civilizations recover, they will still see us as a thorn in their side. As long as they stay on top of us, we won't be able to have true peace. Your path of checks and balances is effective, but isn't it better to solve the threat once and for all? It's too early to say that. Let's focus on dealing with the enemies. Han Xiao did not comment and waved his hand. For the citizens of the Galactic Society, this was an ordinary day. However, on this day, the peaceful life in their eyes was easily broken by the galactic government jointly issued by the 3 universal civilizations. On this day, the 3 universal civilizations announced that a powerful foreign civilization was planning to invade the Galactic Society. From this day onward, the entire universe would enter a state of war, and they requested the flickering world and many other peripheral starfields to begin large-scale migration of people. This earth-shattering news swept through every star field like a hurricane. All the galactic residents and civilian organizations who saw the news could not believe their eyes, thinking that it was fake news. However, the following actions of the 3 universal civilizations proved that this was not a joke. Large groups of official fleets forcibly migrated people in the various peripheral starfields, and the various civilizations were extremely cooperative. Ships of galactic residents of different races were packed up and sent to the center of the explored universe. Recently, the Beyond Grade A Association, which had an astonishing reputation, also issued a statement at the same time, proving that the 3 universal civilizations were not lying. They would resist the enemies together and begin to recruit supers from all over the universe without limit. There was almost no gap in this series of actions, as if they had been prepared long ago. The tense atmosphere of a storm instantly swept through the entire galactic society. There was no related news before this, and this matter came too suddenly. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky on a calm sea, setting off huge waves. Public opinion exploded instantly. However, the characteristic of the galactic era was that the people were used to all kinds of strange things, and their adaptability and acceptance were strong enough. Although a long and comfortable life had slowed down many people's reactions, the galactic residents generally still quickly accepted the fact that a war was about to break out. They did not have the time to think about it and hurriedly responded. Fortunately, the conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association some time ago had given many galactic residents experience. At this time, they almost seamlessly switched to the mentality of fleeing without hesitation. Without the 3 universal civilizations forcing them to migrate, most of the galactic residents consciously left the peripheral starfields, forming a huge migration wave. The public stargates were blocked, and the fleets could extend to the end of their vision. While migrating the people, the armies of the three universal civilizations moved toward the peripheral starfields, requisitioning most of the areas and entering war mode. In daily life, the various starfields were living areas. Once a war broke out, the entire explored universe would be the strategic depth in the eyes of the three universal civilizations. All the starfields were war zones with different functions. Chapter 1350. In the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room, many leaders were having a heated discussion. Ever since the three universal civilizations announced the universal war mobilization, the leaders of the various civilizations had put down their other work and treated it as their top priority. They actively asked the three universal civilizations about the situation of the foreign enemy. However, due to the importance of this matter, there were too many civilizations that were eager to find out more information. The three universal civilizations only gave a unified reply, briefly explaining the situation of the information entanglement. They claimed that they wanted to control the number of people who knew about it and said that it was not convenient to disclose the enemy's information for the time being. Therefore, the other civilizations knew almost nothing about the enemy. However, even if some civilizations were usually dissatisfied with the three universal civilizations, they would still follow the instructions of the three universal civilizations and cooperate with the strategic deployment when facing an external war. After all, the three universal civilizations were the supreme rulers, and their determination to protect the safety of the explored universe was unquestionable. At the same time, they were also the pillars of the galactic society. The various civilizations did not object to the three universal civilizations having unified command during wartime. Even the Supercluster Alliance did not dare have any objections. A supercluster leader knocked on the table and said loudly, "The invasion of a foreign civilization is not small." For some reason, the three universal civilizations did not reveal the enemy's background. However, for them to make such a big fuss, it's obvious that they have met a strong enemy. According to the attitude of the three universal civilizations, it's most likely a mature universal civilization this time. It's not something those natives can compare to, another guessed. Everyone's expressions were rather heavy. This was not the first time the explored universe had dealt with an unknown civilization. In history, the development of new starfields would occasionally happen. The most recent example was the development of the flickering world, and the Kundi race war was similar. However, the natives and the universal civilizations were worlds apart, and the intensity of the war was on a completely different level. The universal civilizations in the unexplored universe were basically the overlords of an area. This was not a small fight when fighting the natives but an equal galactic war. They no longer had a 100% chance of winning like when teaching the natives a lesson, and the galactic society had a chance of being destroyed. The three universal civilizations had adopted a defensive posture in their base camp, so they were obviously not the ones who took the initiative to attack. There was a high chance that they were the ones being invaded. This made the leaders of the supercluster civilizations feel that something was wrong. No one wanted to start a war in their own territory. That way, even if they won, their territory would suffer huge losses. However, the three universal civilizations had adopted a defensive strategy, which meant that they were likely at a disadvantage, causing them to only be able to resist the invasion passively. The three universal civilizations' conservative strategy has exposed their lack of confidence. We should prepare a way out. If the three universal civilizations become losers, we have to think of a way to protect our civilization. The leader of the Star Arc sect said solemnly. In the eyes of these superiors, nothing was inevitable. They would never believe that the three universal civilizations would never be defeated or destroyed. They had to consider every possibility and plan ahead. It's a pity that the three universal civilizations don't disclose information about this foreign enemy. We can't analyze their social structure, political orientation, and attitude. Someone shook their head. It seems that we can only learn about this foreign civilization when the war starts. Then, we can make a decision based on the actual situation. Before that, we can only arrange the Tinder warehouse. The Starstreak leader said. After discussing for a while, one of the three kings of Modo suddenly spoke in a low voice. Speaking of which, this might be a chance for us to break the deadlock. Hearing this, the eyes of the leaders of the supercluster flickered. They stayed in the explored universe, and their development had always been restricted by the three universal civilizations. Only external forces could break the balance. Their previous attempt at the flickering world had failed, and although the Beyond Grade A Association had potential, it did not seem to be of much use now. However, external enemies were the biggest variable, and it was a good opportunity to change the situation. The Star Arc leader pinched his chin and slowly said, "The most ideal situation is for the three universal civilizations and the foreign civilization to both be heavily injured. We can take over and rule the galactic society. Of course, they will be on guard against us. If this path doesn't work, we can also retreat while the war is going on. The three universal civilizations won't have the strength to stop us then. We can take our civilization and migrate to a distant area, become the new rulers, eat resources, and develop freely. We won't be restricted and suppressed like today." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were a little tempted. As the saying went, one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The Supercluster Alliance had been in second place for too long, and they were beaten by the three universal civilizations every day. If there was no external interference, they would never have a chance to turn the tables and would always be inferior to the three universal civilizations. If they could get rid of the restrictions, a great migration could be a choice. This time, the Star Arc leader changed the topic. "However, we don't have any information about the enemy now, so it's not suitable for us to make a decision. The three universal civilizations will most likely be on guard against us, forcing us to be the main force to reduce our strength and make us lose our threat. Therefore, we still have to see how the war goes." The leaders nodded with subtle expressions. Currently, the enemy had yet to attack, so it was naturally impossible for the various civilizations to unite. Selfishness was inevitable. War had always been sudden, and the announcement of the three universal civilizations spread throughout the galaxy, shocking the players. Suddenly, there's going to be a war. I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Didn't they say that the main storyline was the rise of a Beyond Grade A country? Why did it suddenly become a galactic war? TSK, I got the main storyline wrong again. I really can't guess this version. Actually, all of this can be traced. It's just that the level of intelligence we have is not high enough, so we can't get the inside story. We can only analyze the surface. A large number of players on the forums were shocked, but after the shock, most of them quickly became excited. War! That's good. I can participate in the main storyline again. As a group that wished for the world to be in chaos, the players welcomed war. After the three universal civilizations and the association became good friends again, many players could only operate the black markets to farm daily items. Although they were very free, they did not have a main storyline goal, so they were more or less bored. Now that a universal war was about to break out, perhaps the largest war they had seen so far, most of the players could not wait. At this time, Han Xiao also issued a conscription order to the army players, summoning all the combat-ready soldiers of the army to the flickering world on standby. Under Blackstar's call, the tens of millions of army players almost all responded, dropping the black market missions in their hands and gathering toward Blackstar Palace from all over the world. Flickering World, Dawn Star Cluster, Border Stargate Station. Civilian spaceships of various styles lined up in front of the Stargate. Under the supervision of the Red Empire fleet, they maintained order and entered the Stargate in batches. These were all galactic residents who responded to the migration and were leaving the flickering world on a large scale. Basically, all the galactic travel companies spontaneously assisted in the migration, mobilizing their ships to transport batch after batch of galactic residents out of the border. They responded to the call and also took the opportunity to make a fortune with the soaring demand for flights. Currently, the galactic flights did not consider comfort, only passenger capacity. Unless they chose the VIP cabin that was many times more expensive, they could not expect to receive any special treatment. In a large travel spaceship, countless galactic residents squeezed in the cabin hall. One could see all kinds of races there. These were all ordinary passengers, most of whom were chatting with their companions. There were many worried people, and the hall was noisy. The storms have been too frequent recently. Those higher-ups have been causing trouble, making us restless. A universe human could not help but complain. A person beside him had a dissatisfied expression and said angrily, "Who said it isn't?" Some time ago, the three universal civilizations were in a confrontation with the Beyond Grade A Association. I thought something big was going to happen, and it was finally resolved. Now, there's going to be a war. Since it has already happened, let's not complain so much. A well-dressed passenger sighed and said, "I only hope that this migration to the inner starfield can guarantee our safety. As long as the three universal civilizations can stop the enemy in the border starfield, we shouldn't have to worry. No matter how fierce the battle is, it won't be able to threaten us," another passenger said. It's hard to say. In the past, when we encountered foreign civilizations, the three universal civilizations did not let us migrate on a large scale. The enemy this time is probably very strong. I hope the three universal civilizations can be more reliable. Otherwise, the inner starfields won't be safe, someone said worriedly. Everyone in the cabin was anxious, and the more they talked, the more worried they became. Other than personal safety concerns, many people were also worried about their daily lives. The people in the border starfields have all migrated to the inner starfields. It should be crowded, and daily necessities will be more scarce. The prices will definitely rise. Sigh, it wasn't easy for me to save up some money. I don't know how long it can last. I hope my job opportunities won't be affected. As long as I don't go to the front lines, I'm willing to do any work. Many passengers sighed. At this time, something suddenly happened outside the window, attracting everyone's attention. There was a long queue in front of the Stargate, and the Stargate nearby was deserted. However, at this time, fleets suddenly sailed out of the Stargate and arrived in the flickering world. The armor of the ships had the symbols of different Beyond Grade A organizations. The next moment, these fleets turned into dense streams of light and headed in the opposite direction of the refugee fleet, heading toward the war zone. Those are the fleets of the Beyond Grade A Association? The passengers watched as the fleet disappeared from their sight, and the expressions of some of them suddenly became strange. Among the refugees, there was no lack of galactic residents who had criticized the association online during the confrontation between the three universal civilizations and the association. When they saw this scene, they had mixed feelings. Unexplored universe, interception zone. A large number of mechanical strongholds were lined up in the starry sky, and the orbit formed by the space stabilization anchor extended out, covering the route of the World Tree exploration team. The construction efficiency of the three universal civilizations was astonishing. In just a few days, they had formed the prototype of the defense circle, forming a war zone here as the front line to intercept the World Tree. In the past few days, the three universal civilizations had been laying space stabilization tracks along the exploration team's route all day long, and the range was getting larger and larger. They had already discovered that the World Tree had tried to create wormholes in different locations many times, but they were all interfered with by the space stabilization anchor and ultimately failed. In the temporary base, Simon and the other commanders stayed in the battle staff room and discussed softly in front of the tactical star map. Han Xiao and many Beyond Grade as listened from the side. After the meeting, Han Xiao brought Kasui, Kant, and a dozen other Beyond Grade as to the interception zone. They sat down while understanding the current situation. There were many territories of Beyond Grade A organizations in the flickering world, and they were already preparing for war. There were many officers, so there was no need for the leaders of the organizations to keep an eye on them. Other than the members of the association, there were also many direct Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations. They were also here to prevent the World Tree from sending Beyond Grade as over. According to the statistics, the other party has already tried to open a wormhole channel 5 times. The coordinates are getting farther and farther away, and the last time, they are already close to the edge of the space stabilization orbit. Simon pointed at the star map and said solemnly, "The coordinates chosen by the other party next time should be very far away, and it might be outside our observation range." The defense circle is not complete yet. Black Star, we still need your help. I'll try my best. Han Xiao nodded. Laying down the space stabilization orbit could only delay the teleportation location of the World Tree a little, but it could not cover the route left behind by the exploration team over countless years. As long as the World Tree moved the teleportation coordinates far away, it would be able to throw the new exploration team over sooner or later. If the new World Tree exploration team was outside their observation range, it would be more troublesome. The other party could take a big detour, and the three universal civilizations' defense circle had not been completely built yet, so the probability of intercepting them was limited. The best way now was to rely on Destiny's Child's intelligence channels to locate the location of the subsequent exploration team and intercept them to prevent any fish from escaping the net. The premise was that the subbodies of the World Tree had this information, or else Destiny's Child would not be able to obtain it. However, this channel was very hidden, and the World Tree should not be aware of the problem. They would still use the power of the diviners to solve the problems for the exploration team. Beep beep beep. At this moment, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. The room immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao took out his communicator and looked at it. It was a message from Oathkeeper. After reading the content, his eyes flashed, and he pondered. The World Tree has successfully opened the wormhole, and the new batch of exploration teams has arrived. They are 4 days away from the furthest space stabilization node. Everyone, we have to fight the other party. Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still feeling heavy when they officially fought the World Tree army. Only Han Xiao could treat it calmly in the room. Chapter 1351. In the vast starry sky, a spatial fold appeared out of thin air and spun faster. It quickly turned into a wormhole, and hundreds of thousands of World Tree battleships sailed out. They're finally here. In the command room of the main ship, a creature that looked like a stick insect stood with his arms crossed. Judging from his attire, he was a high-ranking officer with a series of medals hanging on his chest. Orwell, the World Tree military commander, belonged to the External Combat Guidance Group. This was a talent pool formed by the elite mid-level commanders of the World Tree. This person was in charge of exploration, infiltration, intelligence theft, and other special operations missions all year round. He was currently in charge of the 274th Exploration Corps, which was also the fleet that had been sent here. His skin was like a leaf, and his veins were clearly visible. They flowed with an emerald green light, and he looked like a plant that had turned into a spirit. This was one of the World Tree's blessed races, the Green Demon. Not all races that were devoured by the World Tree were qualified to become blessed races. Blessed races were elite races that had been endowed by the World Tree. Like a beyond grade A race, they had an extremely high super awakening rate, as well as special talents and a natural connection with the World Tree. Orwell fiddled with the medal on his chest and slowly ordered, "All units, pay attention. According to the plan, split up and take a detour to the navigation target. Try your best to avoid the enemy fleet that you might encounter. Our goal is to reach our destination, not to be in a stalemate with the enemy's intercepting forces." The previous few wormhole passages had been interfered with by the space stabilization anchor and had not been able to teleport them over, causing the 274th Exploration Corps to be on standby for a few days. The World Tree naturally guessed the strategy of the three universal civilizations and knew that this unknown civilization wanted to stop them in this area and not let them reach their territory. Therefore, the World Tree decided to let the exploration team split up and take a detour. With hundreds of thousands of exploration ships, every additional route would increase the number of teleportation coordinates for the World Tree. As long as the opponent's space stabilization orbit was not blocked in time, they could slowly explore until they reached the other party's territory. This method was time-consuming and energy-consuming, but the World Tree did not lack patience. The method was simple, crude, and effective. If one path was blocked, they could just take a longer detour next time. Sooner or later, they would be able to infiltrate the enemy's interception net. Their advantage was that they did not care about losses, and they had enough capital to try and make mistakes. The thing they were least afraid of was a tug-of-war. Under Orwell's orders, the hundreds of thousands of battleships scattered in all directions, like flowing lights scattering from the heavens, rapidly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Orville's subordinates swaggered forward along the route of the previous exploration team. Although the executive officers believe that this civilization is suspected to be the home of the previous outsider, there's no way to confirm it at the moment. If it's not, we don't know if there's any individual power here. Orwell narrowed his eyes and casually glanced at a figure who was resting with his eyes closed in the corner of the command room. The World Tree had specially sent a Holy Tree emissary to follow the ship. If they encountered enemy intercepting troops, they would act according to the situation. Their goal was to force out the individual strength of this unknown civilization. It did not matter even if they were sacrificed. 3 days later, a small fleet of the Arcane Church searched along the path of the exploration team. The captain was connected to the command channel, listening to the frequent reports from other troops with a serious expression. At present, we have intercepted a total of 7,200 enemy ships. We have discovered that the enemy is taking détours, but we do not know the total size of the enemy. Sir, this is not good for us, the deputy beside him said worriedly. It's indeed not good. The captain nodded solemnly. But we can only do our best to intercept them. The World Tree had split up too many troops, and it would not use all the routes as a medium for diviners. Therefore, even the Destiny's Child channel could not monitor all the routes of this exploration army. The 3 universal civilizations could only send troops to patrol everywhere, sifting through various areas like a sieve, intercepting the fish that escaped the net. This method was like finding a needle in a haystack. To a large extent, they could only rely on luck, and it would also cause their troops to be scattered. However, the defense circle had not been built yet, so they could only use a stupid method to catch the World Tree's attack. No matter how troublesome it was, they could not let the World Tree Exploration Army directly attack. The Outer Realm Defense Circle was a huge project. The principle was to use the flickering world as the center and build a virtual sphere. Then, it would continuously expand and spread until it covered the current location. Then, the 3 universal civilizations would cut a spherical arc in the direction of the World Tree's advance. According to the situation, they would enlarge or shrink it to form a 3-dimensional boundary. This would determine the basic range of the defense circle. Then, they would build a large number of wormholes to quickly support the base stations to make up for the problem of the battle line being too long. Due to the large area of the arc, this seemed to be an impossible project, but it was actually just a limitation in terms of manpower and resources. With the efficiency of the 3 universal civilizations, the scale of their military strength, and their resource reserves, it was enough to bear such a project. Since they did not want to be driven straight in by the World Tree, there were not many tricks to be used to build a defense line. Just as the captain was about to speak, the anti-stealth radar suddenly issued a warning. It pointed diagonally ahead, showing a group of unknown targets that were moving. We've encountered them. Let's go. The captain's eyes narrowed, and he immediately gave the order. The fleet immediately changed direction and headed toward the target. The target locked onto by the radar did not turn around and headed straight for them. Not long after, this Arcane Church fleet met with the troops personally led by Orwell and appeared within sight of each other. Fire! The captain did not say anything else. With a ferocious expression, he let out a Li Yunlong roar. The Arcane Church fleet immediately opened fire and fired a round of shots. The cannons on the ship lit up with a dark red light, followed by a dazzling beam of light that tore through the starry sky. At the same time, Orwell's personal troops also counterattacked. 2 waves of light intersected and shot into each other's formation, causing sparks to fly on the shield. Neither side had any intention of communicating. The moment they met, it was a fierce battle. They exchanged blows and shot at each other happily. Just as the 2 sides were fighting intensely, a mental wave suddenly erupted from Orwell's flagship and swept across the Arcane Church fleet in the blink of an eye. Many Arcane Church battleships seemed to have been triggered. They suddenly shot out complicated magic circuits made of energy to block the mental wave head-on. Magic sparks flew everywhere from the explosion, and they immediately became much dimmer. They flickered non-stop and were heavily injured. Beyond grade A psychic. Request backup. The captain's expression changed, and he immediately asked for help in the command channel. As there were too many search teams, the limited number of beyond grade as was naturally not enough to be assigned to the various teams, so they were all on standby in the main base. Only when the search team encountered a World Tree expert would they be able to request for beyond grade A support. In order to prevent the memories of the ordinary crew members from being stolen by mental magic, psychic, and other means, the search spaceships had been specially treated. They had been equipped with mental barrier strengthening devices and engraved with special industrial enchantments to resist mental invasion. The number of times depended on the strength of the other party, so that the crew members would not be killed instantly. Not long after he said that, a phantom suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then, it suddenly solidified, and Kasui descended through the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. This is the individual strength of the World Tree. Kasui narrowed his eyes, and a look of interest flashed across his eyes. The next moment, boundless psychic energy surged out like a flood and slammed toward Orwell's troops. The psychic energy released by this Holy Tree emissary suddenly rolled back and turned into a shield to protect the fleet. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before it was crushed into dust by Kasui's ocean-like psychic energy. The exploration spaceships were crushed into scrap metal one after another and exploded into fireworks. Seeing this, the Holy Tree emissary hurriedly rushed out of the main ship and attacked Kasui. The psychic wave turned into a needle and shot toward Kasui's brain. There was a ding sound, but it could not pierce through Kasui's thick mental barrier at all. Without another word, Kasui released an even more condensed psychic energy and immediately bound this Holy Tree emissary. The huge difference in energy level made his opponent almost unable to move. "Let me see your memories." Kasui's eyes flashed, and his psychic energy entered the brain of the Holy Tree emissary. This was the first time he had come into contact with a World Tree powerhouse. Before this, he had only heard about it from Han Xiao and had not experienced it personally. At this moment, he could not help but want to pry into the other party's memories. However, the moment the psychic tentacles entered the Holy Tree emissary's mind, a majestic pressure suddenly came through the mental connection. Boom! An indescribable fear crashed into Kasui's heart, and he instantly felt a bone-deep palpitation and fear. It was as if he was being looked at by an endless giant beast. An extremely strong sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his mind, as if something extremely terrifying would happen if he did not cut off the mental connection. This was because the World Tree's mental network connected all individuals. Once one tried to use mental methods to peek into the memories of an individual, it was equivalent to connecting to the World Tree. Outsiders would immediately feel the immense pressure of the mental network, as well as the strong pressure. It would also be sensed by the World Tree. If one continued to maintain the mental connection, it would give the World Tree a chance to devour one's soul in reverse. At the very least, the World Tree would go crazy. "This is the World Tree." Kasui hurriedly retracted his psychic energy, his eyes filled with surprise. He finally understood why Han Xiao was so afraid when he mentioned the World Tree. Although it was only a glimpse, he almost collapsed at this moment. The pressure of facing a high-level existence was deeply engraved in his heart. After dismissing the thought of peeking into the memories, Kasui increased his strength, and his psychic energy bombarded the Holy Tree emissary. Not long after, the consciousness of the Holy Tree emissary was crushed, and his body exploded into pieces. In the only remaining exploration flagship, Orwell lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at the artillery fire outside the window and shook his head helplessly. TSK, I didn't succeed. I hope I'll be lucky next time." The next second, the artillery fire drowned the spaceship, and it exploded. All the crew members, including Orwell, turned into seeds and returned to the embrace of the World Tree. At the same time, in the Tree King Palace of the World Tree civilization. What a powerful psychic. He killed Manny so easily. The faces of Tedrian and the other executives tensed up. They had been watching the entire process of Orwell and the sacrificed Holy Tree emissary through the mental network. Did you see how this psychic arrived? It's similar to the teleportation method used by the outsider last time. The Heart Tree King said calmly, there's a 70% chance that this unknown civilization is the hometown of that outsider. This is good news. The subduing Tree King nodded. The outsider last time had already made them feel pressured. If they encountered a new enemy at this juncture, they would also doubt if they could fight on two fronts and eat two prey at the same time. But now that they had more or less confirmed that the two were the same enemy, it was a relief. If that was the case, the exploration team had found the enemy's lair when they had no clue. It was simply an auspicious sign that fate was on their side. This psychic standard should not be as good as that outsider's, but is still powerful enough. Ordinary Holy Tree emissaries are far from his match. It can be seen that this is indeed a civilization with very developed individual strength, Tedrian pondered. The Heart Tree King nodded and slowly said, the other party's strategy is very clear. They plan to build an interception circle here. It's obvious that it hasn't been built yet, so we can destroy it. Next time, choose a set of coordinates to teleport at the back and let the troops build a temporary base there as a guide. When the time comes, gather the troops and launch a general attack. We don't need to gather intelligence before launching a general attack like before. The subduing Tree King turned around. Of course, we have to gather intelligence, but focusing on this is too conservative and inflexible. It's best to adjust the plan according to the situation. Gathering intelligence is one thing, but it's also important to take the opportunity to disrupt the enemy's deployment. The two don't conflict. If we let the enemy build an interception circle comfortably, we'll have to spend more than 10 times the cost to break through. We might as well make a move now and destroy the enemy's plan. The Heart Tree King narrowed his eyes. The World Tree Civilization's style was more pragmatic. He did not have the habit of waiting for others to transform before making a move. Chapter 1352. In the command room of the main base of the intercepting battle zone, reports of successful interceptions were continuously sent back. Simon and the others were surrounding the real-time star map to control the entire situation, while the Beyond Grade as were on standby. The 10 multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices outside the window were in a preheated state, ready to be activated at any time. This time, a light flashed in the corner of the room, and Kasui, who had changed into the king suit, teleported back to the room. Wrapped in Han Xiao's mechanical force, he immediately attracted the attention of the others. You're back. How do you feel? Han Xiao raised his brows and took back the king suit on Kasui. Because the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device was only responsible for one-way teleportation, the intercepting troops naturally did not bring another set of teleportation devices. Therefore, Han Xiao borrowed the king mechanical suit and asked the other Beyond Grade as to bring one set when they were out. After they were done, he would use mechanical force to pull it back, increasing the efficiency. The Beyond Grade as of the World Tree are quite strong. Kasui nodded solemnly. However, he was trampled to death by you. I feel like you're praising yourself in disguise. Sun Hunter was suspicious. I'm evaluating him based on the standards of ordinary Beyond Grade as. Don't include peak Beyond Grade as. The other party's psychic power is relatively strong. That light green energy seems to have greatly increased his psychic power. He can probably fight one. 6 Cisco on our side, Kasui pondered. Not bad. The dynasty has Cola, and you have Cisco. This kind of cushion, basic combat strength unit is still more convenient for us to compare strength, Lotus Swordsman said calmly. Fortunately, neither of them were here, so no one jumped out to refute. Everyone nodded. What you're talking about is the combat strength increase brought about by the connection of the World Tree. Basically, every Beyond Grade A of the World Tree civilization enjoys this bonus. It's equivalent to everyone having a Wonder Grade universal treasure, Han Xiao replied. So, the average combat strength of the other party's Beyond Grade as is higher than ours? Manison's Lord's avatar asked. You can say that. Han Xiao spread his hands. However, in terms of high-end combat strength, they should be about the same. The 5 Tree Kings and the 10 Leaf executive officers under them are on their own. The 13 ancestral spirits and the high-level Holy Tree emissaries are extraordinary, and there are also the high-level military generals in charge of foreign wars all year round. We can still fight. It sounds like he's not to be trifled with. Secret Master shook his head. Kasui frowned and said, speaking of which, I just tried to pry into the other party's memories, but I felt a powerful pressure. If I didn't withdraw my psychic power in time, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. Is that the power of the World Tree? That's right, that's the World Tree. Don't use your mental strength to probe the memories of any member of the World Tree. They are all connected together and are protected by the World Tree. Furthermore, their thoughts are monitored. Once there is a deviation, it will be corrected to prevent spying, possession, and other mental methods, Han Xiao explained. They're just like slaves who can never rebel against their masters. Kasui sighed and then asked curiously, then how did you get the information from them? Do you even need to ask? I'm stronger than you guys. Han Xiao was very honest. Everyone was speechless. Even though it's the truth, why do we want to hit you so badly? Everyone ignored Han Xiao and asked Kasui all sorts of questions. Although everyone present had read the information about the hundreds of World Tree experts that Han Xiao had collected previously, they were still very curious about Kasui's experience. Han Xiao did not mind and shook his head. He stood up and walked to Simon and the others' side. As he listened to the orders of the upper echelons and staff officers, he looked at the changes in the real-time star map. There were densely packed light spots on the star map. Each of them represented an intercepting force, and they were changing dynamically. There were crosses in some places, which represented the locations where they had successfully intercepted the enemy. There was a circle of light around the crosses, as well as lines that extended out, representing the possible routes of the other World Tree exploration teams. The interception situation is not bad now. It's all thanks to your intelligence, Simon said when he saw Han Xiao walking over. We're just helping each other. Han Xiao did not mind. Simon nodded and sighed. However, the intercepting circle is still too passive. We can only try our best to prevent the World Tree exploration team from entering our territory. However, if we defend for a long time, we will definitely lose. As long as the enemy goes around far enough, there will be fish that escape the net sooner or later. We can only think of a way to delay this moment. There's nothing we can do about that. After all, our opponent is the World Tree. Han Xiao shrugged. That's right. This civilization is practically born for war. If it were any other opponent, we wouldn't have to defend our home like we are now. What a troublesome enemy. Simon was helpless. The 3 universal civilizations were also overlord civilizations. If the enemy was not a war machine like the World Tree, with their current intelligence advantage, they might have already thought of a way to take the initiative to attack. However, no tactic could be applied to all situations. Taking the initiative to attack depended on who the opponent was. If they ignored the opponent's actual situation and used the tactics in the tactical manual, they would most likely suffer heavy losses. After all, they were not like the World Tree who could fight with their resources without any heartache. With the Karma Republic as an example, the World Tree's strongest point was not its fiery invasion but its constant encroachment. Furthermore, Han Xiao's intelligence had already shown that the main body was the foundation of the World Tree. If this was a real-time strategy game, then the World Tree territory would at most be a sub-base. The main base would still be in the fog of war, and the 3 universal civilizations would have exposed the location of their main base and be attacked. It was naturally not worth it to exchange bases with a sub-base. Furthermore, the other party's explosive speed was even faster. After sorting out his emotions, Simon took out his pocket watch and said, "The interception circle is still in the construction stage, and we lack manpower the most. How long will it take for the beyond Grade A fleet of your association to arrive?" "Soon, they're gathering at the teleportation point," Han Xiao replied. The current flickering world was quickly turning into a war zone, and unrelated people were leaving at high speed. The Radiant Federation did not hesitate to take out a large number of multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices and set up a gathering point in the Dawnstar cluster to teleport the follow-up troops over. The fleets of the Black Star Corps and other beyond Grade A organizations were rushing there. Simon nodded and said, "As soon as possible. The more manpower we have, the sooner the interception circle can be completed. The longer we keep the World Tree out of our territory, the better." The Galactic Era emphasized efficiency. Advanced mobility reduced the time taken to travel, and many things could be encountered every day. However, on a higher scale, many things needed a long time to evolve. In the next few days, the three Universal Civilizations interception forces played hide-and-seek with the World Tree's 274th Exploration Team. The exploration teams were wiped out one after another, but due to the detour, the battle line became longer and longer. At the same time, batch after batch of reinforcements from the Beyond Grade A organizations also arrived at the interception zone and quickly entered the construction of the interception circle. Wormhole after wormhole support base stations were quickly built and connected to each other like a large net, forming layers of barriers. The area was rapidly expanding every day, spreading further and further. The interception zone was already the front line. More Beyond Grade As had finished their matters and arrived one after another. The number of people quickly approached 100. On this day, on the observation deck of the main base, Han Xiao stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bright galaxy. He seemed to be thinking about life, but he was actually scrolling through the forums to check the reactions of the players who had arrived at the front line. Just as he was focused on reading the post, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Han Xiao turned off the interface and looked back. It was Hela and Aurora. "You guys are here too?" Han Xiao glanced at the two of them. "We just arrived." Hela's expression was calm. "I know that with your personality, you definitely won't miss such a battle." Han Xiao shook his head. He did not force the two sisters to participate, nor did he force them to stay behind. After all, the two of them were already Beyond Grade As, so he had to respect their wishes. If they came voluntarily, he would not stop them. Furthermore, the two sisters were indeed outstanding combatants. Since we have to fight the enemy together, we naturally can't stay out of it. With my current strength, I don't have the habit of accepting protection with a clear conscience, Hela said slowly. Han Xiao glanced at Aurora. "What about you?" "Ah, since my sister is here, I'll definitely follow. Otherwise, what if she gets killed? Plus, my ability should be of great use." Aurora smiled. "Here, she might be safer than me." Hela snorted. This was also one of the reasons why she did not stop Aurora from following. "With you here, the safety of the other Beyond Grade As will be guaranteed." Han Xiao nodded at Aurora. "Don't misunderstand. We have other plans. This is a good place to strengthen the underworld." Hela waved her hands. "It is indeed a good opportunity." Han Xiao nodded in agreement. With the underworld here, even if the warriors below the Beyond Grade A level died, they would have a chance to be reborn. The meat grinder of war had always been a treasure land for collecting souls. As long as the underworld could store them, there would be no problem. However, the World Tree warriors were bound by the connection, and their souls would not drop even if they died. It was unlikely that they would be able to capture them, and the underworld would most likely only be able to retrieve the dead soldiers of the three universal civilizations. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not dare let the two sisters take the risk to capture the members of the World Tree. If the connection between the World Tree and the underworld was not broken because of this, the coordinates of the underworld in the secondary dimensions would be exposed. It would not be good if the World Tree followed the clues and attacked the underworld. However, this did not affect the strategic importance of the underworld. In Han Xiao's eyes, the underworld had the ability to change the overall situation. Its effect was not inferior to the Sanctum revival, and it even surpassed it in some aspects. Unfortunately, Aurora's accumulation was still too little. If she was allowed to grow for another few decades, the power of the underworld could reach a new height. Han Xiao turned back to look out of the window and said with a deep voice, I have a feeling that the World Tree will not sit still and watch us deploy the defense line. I'm afraid they will organize a large-scale attack very soon, and a tough battle might break out soon. It will also be the first large-scale battle between the three universal civilizations and the World Tree. Is this your intuition? Hela raised her brows. No, it's just a prediction based on the World Tree's style. Han Xiao stroked his chin, sighed, and said, "Don't worry. No matter what, you have to protect yourselves. I might not be able to take care of the intensity of a universal war. I'll take care of myself," Hela replied calmly. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, an endless fleet was spread out in the universe. In the distance, streams of light kept shooting over, turning into new troops that merged into the group, causing the scale to continuously expand. Many executive officers nodded silently when they saw this. After Heart Tree King decided to launch a strong attack, they immediately mobilized the various armies and gathered here to wait for orders. Due to the superior characteristics of the mental network, the efficiency of the World Tree civilization's gathering of troops was extremely shocking. Very soon, a large expeditionary army with 8 billion battleships was formed, ready to attack at any time. "Your Excellency Tree King, when will the attack begin?" An executive officer turned to look at the two Tree Kings. The subduing Tree King did not say anything and turned to look at Heart Tree King. "The scale isn't enough. Gather more people," Heart Tree King said slowly. "Your standard is." Tedrian probed. "This is the first battle. Treat this attack as a greeting. The size of the fleet should be at least 50 billion. Otherwise, we won't be able to take it out. If they can't even block this little attack, then we can use bolder tactics in the future." Heart Tree King's tone was so calm that it was as if he had only thrown out a small chip on the gambling table. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. "By the way, we have to consider the possibility of that outsider participating in the battle. That person is not easy to deal with." Chapter 1353. The interception work was still in full swing. Because the opponent only brought one Holy Tree emissary, the other intercepting troops did not encounter any individual strength, only Kasui was dispatched once. The other beyond grade as did not have the chance to make a move and were on standby at the main base of the interception zone. In the cubicle of the command room, nearly 100 beyond grade as were gathered together, doing their own things. Some were supervising the situation, some were resting with their eyes closed, some were handling matters, some were chatting casually, and some were even playing cards on such a serious occasion. It was simply unreasonable. Speaking of which, it's been a while since our two groups sat down and chatted together. Kant looked at the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations who were sitting upright and said with a sigh. When the three universal civilizations targeted the association, Han Xiao did not allow the direct beyond grade as to participate in the regular meeting. After the lockdown was lifted, due to various matters, they had not restored the normal treatment of the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations in the association. Therefore, when they were on standby at the main base, it was a situation where the association members and the direct beyond grade sat together and chatted. Now that we're all facing a common enemy, let's not talk about the past for the time being. We're just doing it for our own masters. Ulu sighed and glanced at Han Xiao, who was in a daze, browsing the forums, with a complicated expression. "Heh, don't confuse us with you. You have masters, but we don't. It's all for ourselves." Sun Hunter curled his lips. Ulu was silent for a few seconds before changing the topic. "I see that not all the members of your association are here. Why aren't the others here?" "They're still considering." Kasui shook his head. "You guys are participating in the battle, and they're just watching from the back. You guys can accept this." Ulu raised his brows. "That's why you guys should kneel down and be grateful to us." "Damn it, just thinking about it makes me feel so great," Sun Hunter cursed. Kasui explained helplessly, "Someone has to set an example. If not for Blackstar taking the lead, we might not have come." At this moment, Clotty, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and slowly said, "Then, do you guys have the resolve to die in battle?" Hearing this, everyone paused and turned to look. Clotty was expressionless and calm. We, the direct descendants, have entered the battle with the determination to sacrifice our lives. Aren't you selfish people afraid of losing your lives? Even if there's a sanctum revival, I'm sure none of you are willing to spend a chance to revive and hand over the initiative of life to others. You're right. Of course, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves if they can live. However, we need to personally experience the strength of the enemy in order to know what's going on. So, don't expect us to fight to the death for you. We're just fulfilling our end of the deal. We've already done our best to help you. Secret Master responded indifferently. At that moment, Ulu looked at Han Xiao, who wasn't participating in the conversation, and said loudly, "Black Star, if we die, you will help us revive, right?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned around and glanced at him, giving him a concise reply. He wasn't familiar with Ulu before, but after interacting with him for a few days, he found him to be as easy to deal with as the others said. "Yes." Then I'm relieved. If I can leave my body behind when I die in battle, please make a specimen out of the spacetime amber and let me bring it away after I revive, lest others covet my handsomeness and steal my body home. Ulu made a joke, but no one laughed. "Do you think you're very humorous?" Sun Hunter rolled his eyes. Han Xiao couldn't be bothered with the people chatting. He looked away and continued to browse the forums. Currently, more than 90% of the players in the universe had come to the front lines. Most of them were rubbing their hands, looking forward to the war starting soon. Such large-scale war operations had always been a good opportunity for the players to gain experience. Most of the army players participating in the operation could gain experience more efficiently, which was beneficial for Han Xiao to accumulate experience. However, the players had not reached the level limit of the version, so the best use of experience was to level up on their own. Only after reaching the level limit would they have a lot of excess experience to do other things. This meant that when most of the players reached the maximum level, his efficiency of harvesting experience would increase by a lot. Now was not the fastest time to harvest experience. It's a pity that the role of the players can't reach the level of my previous life. Han Xiaoshan was speechless. The World Tree War was originally a late version, but due to the butterfly effect, it had been brought forward to version 5.0. In his previous life, it was only a mid-version. The players had lost a few versions of accumulation, and the level limit was reduced by dozens of levels. Naturally, their role on the battlefield was not as good as in his previous life. In his previous life, the players had a very high strategic value. The Immortal Death Squad formed by high-level supers had made a lot of contributions in many local battlefields. Now that this force was gone, it would definitely affect all aspects. Fortunately, the fate of Hela and her sister had been rewritten by him. The underworld should be able to fill this gap. Beep beep beep. Just as he was thinking, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Oathkeeper. Han Xiao took it out and took a look. His expression changed slightly, and he said with a deep voice, "The World Tree is recruiting an army. It's estimated to be tens of billions. It's preparing to launch a strong attack." Hearing this, the chatter in the room disappeared. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look over. Their expressions were solemn, surprised, and fearful. Han Xiao immediately walked out of the cubicle and shared the information with Simon and the others. The other Beyond Grade as also stood up and followed behind Han Xiao. Simon and the other commanders had been supervising the entire situation outside the cubicle. When they heard the information Han Xiao shared, their expressions changed. They hurriedly opened the long-distance communication and reported the situation to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. The figures of the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations appeared on the long-distance communication screen. The 3 of them listened to the report with solemn expressions and nodded solemnly. "Is the World Tree civilization preparing to attack?" "Got it. We will send the order for the various armies to gather at the front lines and prepare for a tough battle." As he spoke, Ma Bruce exhaled, and his tone carried a hint of relief. "Black Star, your news this time is still very timely. You've bought us a lot of time." The World Tree civilization was still in the recruitment phase, and before they could gather their fleet, they were detected by Destiny's Child and sent to Han Xiao. This was a huge advantage. The other party would not attack so quickly, so they had plenty of time to prepare. If they knew the other party's next move in advance, the three universal civilizations would be able to react in advance. Black Star's intelligence channel had made contributions more than once, but every time, the leaders of the three universal civilizations would feel that he had helped them in their hour of need. It's not easy to deal with a fleet of tens of billions. Although I provided the advantage of intelligence, you guys are the main force. Han Xiao nodded. The World Tree civilization had sent out tens of billions of battleships, which was indeed not a small force. However, in the scale of a universal war, this was not considered a general attack. The scale of tens of billions of battleships was not at the level where they were invincible. The mobilization ability of internal and external battles could not be compared. When there were no external enemies, the three universal civilizations would control their military strength to an appropriate standard and would not expand their army on a large scale to avoid excessive military expenditure. They would mainly store strategic resources. Once they fully entered the state of war industry, they would quickly turn into a militaristic mode. All the military factories under them would be filled with soldiers day and night, and their military strength would increase every day. The scale of the World Tree's attack was not enough for the three universal civilizations to immediately give up on intercepting them. Unless they could not stop them at all, it was not the time to use the strategic rear to exchange for time. This time, a staff officer stroked his chin and said, "Since the other party is still in the process of recruiting troops, should we try to take the initiative to attack and harass them?" Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him before retracting their gazes. Simon glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "The World Tree's information form warning network covers the entire territory. If we encounter it, we'll be exposed. What can we harass? Furthermore, any army can travel quickly through the territory, almost teleporting. Their mobility is far from what we can compare to. It's a natural ambush circle. Once we're exposed, we'll be surrounded by countless fleets. No matter how many of us go, we'll be eaten." Another commander pulled the topic back on track and said with a deep voice, "The Wormhole Rapid Support Base Station has already covered the current intercepting circle. No matter which intercepting area the World Tree hits, we can start a positional battle and stop the other party from breaking through." The intercepting circle was divided into many levels, and there were strategic areas of different distances between the different levels. The Rapid Support Base Station was a connecting channel, ensuring that the troops in the various areas would look after each other. Both the observation layer and the garrison layer had completed the relevant configuration. No matter where they encountered a strong enemy, they could quickly send in their main forces. As for whether the World Tree's assault troops would hit the intercepting circle, it was not a big problem. Although the intercepting circle was still under construction, it did not need to be fully formed to be effective. In essence, it was very similar to a race. It just needed to expand faster than the enemy. At the same time, the intercepting troops were also constantly setting up space anchoring orbits to clear the coordinates of the exploration teams, causing the opponent's starting point to move back as much as possible. As a result, they could only continue to travel normally and remain in the intercepting circle. It seems like the World Tree doesn't plan to just give us an appetizer. It's going to give us a main course. This is the first time I've experienced a universal war of this scale. Ulu's eyes flickered. At this moment, Secret Master pinched his fingers and did a divination. He then said expressionlessly, "My death omen is flashing." With that, his hand gesture changed, and magic waves spread out. Everyone sensed something and looked over curiously. "What did you do just now?" "I transferred the bad luck," Secret Master said calmly. "Who did you transfer it to?" "Him." Secret Master pointed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked at the luck reduction status on the interface, and his face was full of question marks. "Do we have a grudge?" "No." "Then why did you transfer the bad luck to me? Anyway, you're not afraid. There's no room for your luck to decrease." The corners of Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm a trash can? If not for the fact that there are external enemies, I would have immediately let you know why your chrysanthemum is yellow." Chapter 1354. In the territory of the World Tree Civilization, where the expedition army was gathered. Densely packed wormholes were maintained in the starry sky, and world tree routes extended out from them. An endless fleet shuttled through, constantly expanding the size of the expedition army. There were all kinds of battleships. Nearby, there was a floating watchtower made of light green roots. The subduing Tree King and the Heart Tree King stood there and scanned the expeditionary army's lineup. The Heart Tree King said calmly, "The high-level combatants this time include 3-leaf to 9-leaf executive officers, 7 high-level Holy Tree emissaries, the 13 ancestral spirits ranked 2nd to 6th, the 4 army commanders, and other experts. There are a total of 107 people. This scale is enough to test the opponent's strength and see how developed their individual strength is. Not bad." The subduing Tree King nodded. More than 100 World Tree experts participated in the expedition. This wave of lone troops had a low survival rate, but when the Heart Tree King sent out these members, he was already prepared to sacrifice all of them. Sacrificing did not mean that it would be for nothing. Using high-level combatants to kill was their usual tactic when facing strong enemies. The enemy's high-level combatants would be gone if they died, and their high-level combatants would return to their seed form after dying. They would wait in their main body for a certain period of time before they could wake up again. This was undoubtedly a good deal for the World Tree. They could use a war of attrition to slowly disintegrate the enemy's strength, causing the strength of both sides to decrease. The World Tree had used this method to defeat one enemy after another, and it had never failed. No one had cracked it, so there was naturally no reason not to use it now. The Heart Tree King turned to look at the subduing Tree King and said, "They lack a leader. You'll go with them this time." "I have to go too. 3-leaf Lin, 4-leaf Anrian, and a few army commanders are enough to lead the troops. There's no need for me to take the risk." The subduing Tree King frowned. He was not too willing to participate in this exchanging expedition. The experience of returning to his seed form was not comfortable, and a Tree King needed more time to recover than the others. The Heart Tree King shook his head. "The other party's information collection has not been invaded by us. It is very difficult for the Mother Tree's authority to penetrate the area covered by their information collection. It requires the connection level of the Tree King to allow the Mother Tree's projection to descend, so you have to go." "Okay." The subduing Tree King nodded and did not ask why it was not the other Tree Kings. Among the 5 great Tree Kings, only he had no other ability other than fighting. From a pragmatic point of view, sacrificing him was the most cost-effective. He was already used to being the vanguard. "We might encounter that outsider this time. You'd better receive a baptism before setting off. Otherwise, you might not be his match," Heart Tree King instructed. "Then I'll go and prepare." As soon as he finished speaking, the subduing Tree King disappeared. After receiving the information that the World Tree was preparing to attack, the 3 universal civilizations quickly reacted. The highest-level military orders were passed down level by level like electric signals shuttling through a neural network, controlling the limbs of the giant that was the universal civilization. The various armies rushed to the front lines as though they were clenching their fists to gather their strength. Every few minutes to a few hours, a batch of fleets would arrive at the interception zone. Other than transferring their direct troops, the 3 universal civilizations also recruited the troops of other advanced civilizations, mobilizing the entire explored universe. As a result, the number of troops in the interception zone increased rapidly, increasing by 1 billion every day. Staying near the teleportation point, Han Xiao had seen almost all the main battleships of the various civilizations over the past few days. The 3 universal civilizations' main battleships of all levels, which were rarely seen, were all here. The top main battleships that represented the strongest units were as eye-catching as cranes in a flock of chickens. At the same time, the 3 universal civilizations' transport troops kept sending over all kinds of universal treasures. The equipment used for individual strength was temporarily lent to the many beyond grade as, and even the association members could distribute it according to their needs. The other strategic universal treasures were given to the different fleets. On the lookout tower of the temporary base, many beyond grade stood in front of the observation window, looking at the scene outside. The surroundings had already become a sea of battleships, almost covering the starry sky. As far as their eyes could see, it was as though there were only countless battleships with a metallic luster. If one looked very far away, this scene was like the scales on a giant beast that were gradually opening and closing. What a huge army! This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Many people exclaimed softly. Usually, the three universal civilizations would not mobilize so many troops, and the internal strife would not be so intense. Only the exploration-era war could be compared to this. This was the first time a considerable number of people had experienced a universal war. Seeing this scene, they had a new understanding of the mobilization ability of the three universal civilizations. Although they did not know what the World Tree Army was like, just looking at the army of the three universal civilizations, many people's morale was boosted. There's not much we can do in a war of this intensity. Our mission is to strangle the high-level combatants of the other side, Kasui said with a deep voice. The high-level combatants are easy to deal with. The enemy has a lot of high-level combatants, so we won't have it easy. With their style, they should be thinking of ways to trade with us, a Beyond Grade A said worriedly. As long as you don't leave my healing range, I should be able to guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Aurora interrupted with a gentle tone. We'll rely on you this time. Thankfully, you're here. Sorry to trouble you. Many people hurriedly responded politely, their friendliness close to the maximum. Through the mechanism of the World Tree, it was not difficult to guess that the other party was good at trading tactics. Everyone present knew very well that in such an intense war, the healer was the only thigh that could increase their survival rate. Many people gathered around Aurora like stars surrounding the moon, as if they were a support group. Hyla, on the other hand, looked on coldly from the side. The contrast was stark. Man Ison did not care about the noisy crowd. He went to Han Xiao's side and slowly said, Blackstar, you seem a little nervous. Are you worried that your indestructible body won't be able to withstand such an intense battle? Han Xiao turned around and sized him up. He then poked Manison's Lord's avatar's chest and said with annoyance, if you dare, come in your true body. If you have the ability, come here with your original body. Let me see if you're nervous. Heh, what a joke. I'm not an anomaly among mechanics like you. I've never done anything that puts me in danger. Man Ison snorted. Come on, just say it if you're afraid. You still have the face to appear in front of me with your small body. Han Xiao expressed his disdain. Man Ison laughed disdainfully. He paused for a moment before suddenly retracting his smile. You should know who the strongest person on the World Tree's side is, right? The strongest should be the leader of the 5 great tree kings, the ancestral tree king. Then can you deal with him? Man Ison was curious. This person is unfathomable. I'm not confident either. Han Xiao shook his head. Among the 5 great tree kings, the subduing tree king, who was a pugilist, was at the bottom, and the ancestral tree king was the strongest. Even in the intense battle in his previous life, the ancestral tree king was an elusive existence. The number of times he attacked could be counted on one hand, as if he was outside of the war. However, the ancestral tree king's battle record was very impressive. Those who died in his hands were all peak Beyond Grade As, and none of them were weak. It was as if ordinary opponents were not worth his time. At the same time, the ancestral tree king was the person with the deepest connection to the World Tree. In a sense, he was the only master of the World Tree. Han Xiao was not sure if he could defeat the other party. Even you don't have confidence, Man Ison pondered. Just as Han Xiao was about to say something, his communicator vibrated. The room immediately fell silent, and everyone's gazes gathered on Han Xiao. They all realized something, and their expressions turned solemn. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and took out his communicator to take a look. He paused and took a deep breath. They're here. There's no problem with the information. Han Xiao nodded. Although the World Tree civilization was strong and had a bunch of black technologies, their battleship technology did not have much of an advantage. The technology content of their main battleship model was about the same as the three universal civilizations, and there was no generation difference in their performance. This had been shown when they participated in the war in Han Xiao's previous life, so the three universal civilizations did not collapse and withstood the pressure. Simon clapped his hands. The situation is clear now. Next, I will assign you your tasks. He quickly assigned the missions according to the plan, and soon, it was the turn of the many beyond grade as. Looking at everyone, Simon said in a deep voice, you don't need to participate in the early stages of the firepower coverage and harassment battle. All of you will remain on standby at the base and wait for the battle. Also, mechanics, don't just sit around. Provide technical support at the virtual network level. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. In a universe-level battle with tens of billions of battleships, their numbers were like a drop in the bucket to the enemy's fleet. Fighting against an entire fleet as individuals was far more risky than beneficial, so this mission did not require the participation of high-level combatants. The battle meeting was short and concise, and the results were out very quickly. Not long after, the official army announcement was sent out, and the war machine was quickly activated. The commanders followed the orders, and the fleets sailed out of the port one after another, turning into streams of light and disappearing into the universe. The players who were on standby in the various fleets received a few main storyline war missions that they had been longing for, and the forums were once again filled with discussions. Han Xiao had also triggered these missions. After browsing through them carefully, he realized that the situation was roughly the same as the main storyline missions of the World Tree War in his previous life. They were all about killing the enemy for contribution points and contribution points for rewards, but there was a slight difference in the description of the mission. In his previous life, most of the words used were resist and block, but now, the description of the mission was more positive, and the relevant missions were adjusted according to the butterfly effect. For example, this intercepting battle that did not exist in his previous life had formed a branch mission. If he could complete the strategic goal of stopping the enemy, not only would he obtain high rewards, but it would also have a positive impact on the overall battle situation. This was also a characteristic of the World Tree main storyline. Every local battle would form a branch mission, and the results of the battle would dynamically affect the overall strategy. In his previous life, the players had decent combat strength in the later versions, and sometimes, they could influence some local battles. However, in a battle of this scale, the outcome was not up to them. They could only try their best to open up a breakthrough and create opportunities for the main force. This was also the role that the players often played in battles in his previous life. The rewards of this kind of main storyline mission were mainly EXP. To Han Xiao, it was a drop in the bucket, but to the players, it was extremely rich. If they could obtain the victory reward of the intercepting battle branch mission, their EXP per capita would increase by a large amount. As a terminal for harvesting EXP, the players were like a reservoir to Han Xiao. The players did missions and worked to create wealth, EXP, and then a portion of the wealth flowed to him through consumption and other means, helping him develop. Without leaks shining brightly, how could he maintain the super combat strength increase over the years? Therefore, this kind of large-scale collective mission had always been Han Xiao's favorite. Be it for strategic considerations or the goal of harvesting EXP, he wanted to do his best to win this battle and speed up the accumulation of EXP. As Han Xiao and the other beyond grade as did not participate in the harassment battle at the frontline, they only watched the frontline battle reports in the base every day and monitored the overall situation. The three universal civilizations first eliminated and intercepted the scouts. Not long after, the World Tree finally chose the nearest jump point, and the expeditionary army officially arrived, heading toward the intercepting circle. The large army was attacked by over-the-horizon firepower along the way, and they passed through many trap areas, resulting in some losses. However, even though they were frequently harassed by the three universal civilizations, the distance between the large army and the intercepting circle was still shrinking every day, getting closer and closer. The situation developed step by step, and the World Tree Expeditionary Army finally came into contact with the intercepting circle. The armies of the three universal civilizations were on alert, and the large armies of the two sides finally broke out in a direct confrontation. Many beyond grade as were summoned. The light of the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device filled their vision. The next moment, Han Xiao and the other beyond grade as were teleported to the main command ship at the back of the battlefield. "You're finally here." Simon nodded to the crowd in greeting. "How's the situation now?" Han Xiao asked as he turned to look out the window like everyone else. What entered his eyes was a magnificent battlefield that stretched as far as the eye could see. Hundreds of billions of battleships were engaged in a chaotic battle on both sides, and their formations were intertwined. It was as if endless battleships were weaving an impenetrable net of light. In such a large-scale battle, it was extremely difficult to coordinate. The basic command was based on the various formations, and they were divided into different battle zones. The special technologies and universal treasures of both sides took turns to be used, and all kinds of strange phenomena occurred in different areas. More than 100,000 battleships exploded into fireworks every second. Naturally, the two sides would not set up a formation and attack again. The war had started the moment the harassment troops fired the first shot. The World Tree Expeditionary Army fought with the three universal civilizations all the way from the jump point to the intercepting circle, not stopping for a moment. Now, it was only from a harassment battle to a direct battle. There was no chance for them to stop temporarily and give the other party a chance to adjust. Seeing this scene of a universe-level battle, many beyond grade as were shocked and gasped. The temperature in the room dropped by a few degrees. Looking at such an intense battle, many beyond grade as could not help but feel a headache. They felt that they did not know where to start. In such an intense fleet battle, a beyond grade A individual was just a drop in the ocean, and their lives were in danger at any time. Only on the battlefield of two universe-level overlords could one deeply understand that most of the internal conflicts in the past were small skirmishes. This was the highest level of war. Ignoring everyone's thoughts, Simon replied with a deep voice, "We're still evenly matched at the moment. The direction of the situation is still unknown. The other party's high-level combatants have yet to make a move." Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said, "Are the World Tree experts still watching? We don't have to participate in the main battlefield, right? No need. Other than the mechanics providing virtual technology support, the mission of the rest of you is to deal with the high-level combatants of the World Tree. Don't worry about anything else for now." Simon shook his head. Individual strength was rarely in charge of frontal combat in large-scale battles. Most of them used a series of tactics such as charging, attacking, guarding the main ship, and so on. The commander basically would not let the high-level combatants take the risk to waste their energy on the main battlefield. After all, the energy and stamina of a normal beyond grade A were limited. Only mechanics who grasped virtual technology could play a huge tactical role in a large-scale galactic battlefield. They could continuously invade the enemy's network and seize control of the battleships. Their role was far greater than that of the other four supers. All right. Han Xiao had no objections. In such a battlefield, they only needed to take care of their own responsibilities. Controlling the overall situation was the responsibility of the commander, not the job of beyond graders like them. At this moment, the real-time battlefield star map changed. More than 100 high-energy sources suddenly appeared in one of the battle zones. The three universal civilizations' fleets in that area instantly suffered large-scale casualties, and many war main ships exploded. The situation quickly became one-sided. The World Tree sent out high-level combatants. Simon's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to look at the surveillance footage. He saw World Tree experts of different appearances charging forward, and all kinds of abilities took away the three universal civilizations' fleets one after another, opening up the situation in this battle zone. Han Xiao identified the enemies and locked his gaze on the subduing Tree King. He narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised. He had thought that the Tree King would not participate in such a battle, but he did not expect the subduing Tree King to come. However, considering that the other party was a pugilist who specialized in charging and breaking through the enemy lines, it seemed reasonable for him to be a suicide squad. After all, this was the only specialization a pugilist had. At this moment, Simon retracted his gaze, scanned everyone, and nodded. "Everyone, I'll leave it to you." As soon as he said that, the direct beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations did not hesitate and headed toward the cabin door. The expressions of the other beyond graders froze, but they did not say anything. They shook their heads and followed. Since they had chosen to come here, even if the battlefield was dangerous, they could not escape. Very soon, the beyond graders left the spaceship one after another and flew at high speed on the battlefield. They moved along their formation and quickly arrived at the battle zone. Even though they were still far away, the auras of the two individuals resonated with each other and locked onto each other as they approached each other. Han Xiao's gaze locked onto the subduing tree king from afar, and the subduing tree king also sensed it. He stared at Han Xiao, and his pugilist flames continued to rise. "Leave that tree king to me. You guys deal with the rest," Han Xiao said in the channel. "Understood." The association members responded one after another, and the direct beyond grade as distanced themselves a little, using their actions to express the same attitude. The Arcane Church did not let Warnos participate in the battle. Black Star was currently the strongest combatant of the three universal civilizations' army, and he was facing the strongest enemy. The others naturally had no objections. As Han Xiao charged forward, he activated all kinds of skills. His gaze never left the subduing tree king. Their gazes seemed to be emitting sparks from afar. "I can't touch you in your territory. This time, I have teammates too. What I didn't finish last time can be settled now." A cold glint flashed across Han Xiao's eyes. Mechanical force was flung out, and the mechanical soldiers in his body were released. They followed behind him and transformed along the way, sticking to his body. The precise mechanical armor quickly covered his face that was filled with killing intent. In the endless sea of fleets, two groups of people dragged their dazzling tails and rapidly approached each other. Then, two streams of light suddenly collided, and a chaotic battle broke out. Chapter 1356. Bang! Colorful lights spread out in all directions with the point of collision as the center. The scene was like a supernova explosion. The energy tsunami created by the combined power of more than 200 beyond grade swallowed a large number of fleets all at once. The sudden burst of high-energy reaction alarmed countless battleship radars on this battlefield, instantly becoming the most eye-catching area in the entire war zone. Beams of light from the surface of the mechanical deity bombarded an emerald green meteor one after another, but they were unable to penetrate the defense of this layer of protective flames. All of them exploded into light fragments on the shield. The subduing tree king, who was wrapped in green flames, circulated his energy and raised his hand to punch out. His fist, which was flickering with a dazzling light, hit the blade of the celestial punishment edge heavily. A violent shockwave immediately exploded at the point of contact, producing a loud buzzing sound that echoed in the depths of the soul of a living being. "Outsider, it's really you." The subduing tree king raised his hand to block the celestial punishment edge and released a cold mental wave. Han Xiao could not be bothered to guess what the other party was thinking. Mechanical force surged all over his body, and he activated the Getter Hadouken. The celestial punishment edge maintained its momentum, and psionic energy gushed out along the blade. The powerful dark blue shockwave sent the subduing tree king flying. However, the next moment, the subduing tree king stopped in his tracks, turned around, and charged forward again, continuing to face the mechanical deity's attack head-on. His fists and legs brought about swift shadows, and an emerald green shockwave gushed out endlessly. It condensed to the point that it was almost materialized, and it was like a spear of light stabbing into the psionic shield of the mechanical deity. With the support of the World Tree, the subduing Tree King's protective flames were like indestructible Vajra. Countless electric arcs and energy sparks continuously exploded in the head-on collision. The blade of the celestial punishment edge swept up a wave of dark blue psionic energy, and each slash was faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the subduing Tree King more than 1,000 times. The two of them kept merging at high speed, and the stacking of various force fields caused the surrounding space to slightly bend and dislocate. If not for the fact that it's not suitable to use the chat tactic, I would have given you a few sentences. Han Xiao pursed his lips and suppressed the urge to send a message and shout the name of the move. While fighting, he was also keeping his eyes and ears open, observing the situation. In this kind of battlefield, there was no such thing as a tacit understanding of not fighting against high-level combatants. The countless warships in the surroundings did not stop their attacks. Large numbers of troops poured into this war zone, forming a crisscrossing formation. However, the fleets on both sides wanted to kill the high-level combatants of the enemy while protecting their own experts. Thus, they formed a stalemate, indirectly giving the beyond grade as of both sides room to maneuver. It was also because of this that the many mechanics, including Han Xiao, did not summon too many mechanical troops. Otherwise, if the target was too big, they would have to endure the concentrated fire of the surrounding fleets, which would cause a lot of extra losses. It was not worth it to use good steel on the blade. Swoosh! Just as he was analyzing the situation, the subduing Tree King's body suddenly shone brightly, and he used his pugilist technique. His charging speed suddenly increased, and he headed straight for the mechanical deity's torso. It was as if his entire body had suddenly become indestructible, and he actually smashed through the psionic shield. The green meteor struck the mechanical deity's abdomen armor, creating a huge crater and large cracks. Then, the subduing Tree King's head suddenly spun in the middle of the crater, as if it was going to turn into a drill to drill through the mechanical deity. Obviously, his head was not made of ordinary metal. However, at this moment, large amounts of black nanoparticles suddenly seeped out from the crater in the mechanical deity's abdomen armor. They quickly condensed and transformed into countless mechanical tentacles that lashed out at the subduing Tree King. The bearings carried out mechanical transmission, and when the force reached the end, the tentacles suddenly tightened. They turned from whips into spears, and a neat round of stabs pierced into the subduing Tree King's protective aura, pushing him out. Then, Han Xiao turned the hilt of his blade and slapped the other party like he was swatting a fly. The subduing Tree King was sent flying, knocking over 3 to 4 beyond grade as who were fighting along the way. You still want to enter my body? Dream on. Han Xiao patted the abdomen of the mechanical deity, and the crater quickly recovered. Pugilists basically killed the main body or the Lord's avatar when dealing with mechanics. This was the most efficient operation. The subduing Tree King wanted to enter the body of the mechanical deity and attack his main body. Although he had caused a ruckus in the World Tree territory the last time and lasted for about 10 minutes under the siege of more than 100 beyond grade it was still not enough for the World Tree experts to completely accept his tankiness. They would still try to attack his main body. After all, the 3 universal civilizations had accepted the title of the indestructible body because they had witnessed Han Xiao's achievements over the years. However, this information was not circulated in the World Tree. Han Xiao had only displayed his tankiness once in the other party's territory before retreating with heavy injuries. Therefore, most of the World Tree experts still did not know much about Han Xiao and would not easily give up on attacking his main body. The combat strength of a Tree King is indeed extraordinary. I won't be able to take him down in a short time, Han Xiaoxin thought. The last time they fought, he did not experience the full strength of the subduing Tree King. Now that he looked at it, the other party was indeed not simple. Before Carrot was fully formed, the subduing Tree King was undoubtedly above all the pugilists he had encountered so far. Beast Ancestor, Garutan, and Star Crusher Sierran were all little brothers in front of him. If they fought, they would probably not survive a day in the subduing Tree King's hands. However, even if the subduing Tree King was a ferocious man, his strength was still above his head. At the same time, the subduing Tree King perfectly met the criteria of being a peak beyond grade A elder of the World Tree faction. On the interface, the 4 talents of World Tree Nemesis, Civilization Leader Assassin, Elderly Killer, and Fearless Heart lit up at the same time. Fight steadily and defeat him. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. He had the advantage in terms of combat strength and class, but the subduing Tree King was not to be trifled with. He could still exchange a few blows with him, so he would not be able to take him down in a short time. The two of them fought fiercely, and light waves shot out in all directions. The other beyond grade as were also in a chaotic battle. The energy released by so many beyond grade as kept pushing the others away, causing their battlefields to gradually move away from each other. Although most of them did not have the intention to fight one-on-one, both sides wanted to defeat each other one by one. However, they could support each other, so they naturally formed small groups to fight fiercely. Bang! Mechanic Emperor's trident stabbed forward and was blocked by a broad-faced greatsword. The psionic energy wrapped in mechanical force collided with each other and exploded into a spherical light blue energy ball. The two mechanical deities were evenly matched, like two blurry afterimages colliding constantly. Shockwaves frequently burst out. One of them was silver, and the other was golden red with green energy wrapped around its body. The color scheme was extremely bullish. T. What a sharp guy. Manison pushed his opponent away with his trident and narrowed his eyes. He had already learned from Blackstar that the individual strength of the World Tree was very developed, but only after fighting did he personally experience how powerful the other party was. Although he was no longer at his peak after suffering a series of blows from Blackstar, he was still firmly in the first tier. Ordinary peak beyond grade as were still no match for him. However, this enemy was now fighting back and forth with him, even making him feel quite a bit of pressure. Even though Manison felt that his strength was slightly stronger than the other party, it was not enough to create an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, this person was not in the information provided by Han Xiao about the hundreds of World Tree experts. He was a strong enemy with an unknown background. Just as Manison was thinking, the other party suddenly sent out a mental wave in his heart. "You're very powerful. What's your name?" Hearing this, Manison was unmoved and did not reply. Although he did not receive an answer, the other party did not stop and continued to send out mental messages. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I've got my eyes on you. You have the qualifications to be my spoils of war, World Tree Trilemma Executive Officer Lin Karen. Remember this name. Your life is destined to be mine. You talk too much." Manison was unperturbed. Such flirtatious words had no effect on him. After being influenced by Blackstar, he was no longer afraid of chatting. However, he remembered the other party's name. According to Blackstar, the 10 executive officers were all at the top of the World Tree. The higher they were ranked, the more powerful they were. Trilemma was in the first tier of the World Tree experts, and she would definitely have a place in the top 15. Looks like a big fish. Manison's eyes flashed, and he silently increased his strength. His attacks became more and more ruthless, and his killing intent overflowed. In a certain part of the battlefield, two torrents of energy, one black and one white, collided with each other, causing endless light to splash like water. Dark Emperor Clotty controlled the surging dark energy and was fighting with a slender World Tree member. The other party was also an Esper. He controlled a dazzling white energy that was like flowing platinum. Its texture was as elegant as a veil, like a rolling fog, but its power was extremely corrosive. What Esper ability is this? It's on par with mine. Clotty frowned slightly. The strength of an Esper depended partly on their grade and partly on the effect of their Esper ability. If their grade was the same, then the higher the Esper ability, the more stable the advantage. For example, Gord's energy control was one of the most powerful Esper abilities. If they grew to the same level, Clotty basically had no chance of winning. Clotty's dark energy control was already a super high-risk Esper ability, but the other party's Esper ability was also not simple. Although the other party did not hit his body, he realized that his cells had become weak, and his energy consumption was much higher than usual. It was as if the other party had used energy as a medium to launch some kind of attack on him. At this moment, this person suddenly sent out a mental message. "Your ability is not bad. Mother Tree will definitely be very happy if I give you to her. The World Tree also likes to collect Esper abilities." Clotty thought about it and tried to ask for more information. However, the other party did not say anything and did not respond. Clotty thought that the other party did not want to answer, so he gave up on the idea of asking and continued to fight silently. However, After fighting for a while, the other party suddenly spoke again. "I'm the World Tree's 4-leaf executive officer, Anrian Zaro." Clotty was stunned for a moment. He thought that the other party was going to say something, so he immediately perked up and waited. However, after the other party said this, he did not continue for a long time and fell silent again. Clotty frowned, feeling confused. What's the meaning of this sudden self-introduction and not saying anything else? What's the meaning of this brainless introduction? After a while, Anrian spoke again. "When you enter the embrace of the World Tree, we can become colleagues." After saying this, he fell silent again. It was as if he was talking to himself and did not expect the other party to answer. Clotty's eyelids twitched. It's confirmed. He's a weirdo who does whatever he wants. On the other side, Hela, who was wearing the Crimson Snake mechanical suit, was dealing with the siege of 4 people. Scarlet death energy spewed out like a flood, and the battle was extremely intense. Compared to the other battlefields, there was a clear difference on Hela's side. When she was surrounded, there were no other beyond grade as coming to support her. It was as if everyone was letting her face the siege of multiple enemies alone. Bang! A pugilist World Tree expert passed through the sea of death energy and caught Hela to beat her up. In the end, just as she was about to break free, he kicked her in the abdomen and sent her flying. While Hela was flying, another World Tree expert blocked her way. A series of spells poured out and bombarded Hela's back, sending her in another direction and causing secondary damage. Hela tried her best to stabilize her body. Suddenly, she used death stealth and instantly flashed to another location, obtaining a short breather. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she looked like a ferocious ghost. She was heavily injured and weak. Kasui, who was the closest, glanced over and quickly retracted his gaze. He had no intention of coming over to support her and even led his opponent further and further away. Seeing this, one of the Holy Tree emissaries said playfully, "You're almost dead. Your companions are still ignoring you. No one came to help you. I didn't expect you to still have the mood to fight among yourselves in the face of our invasion. Interesting." Hela wiped the blood off her face as if she did not feel any pain. Her expression was still indifferent. "No one came to help me. That's because I don't need help." As soon as she said that, a golden light suddenly burst out from her body, and all her injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hela straightened her back, and the chaotic energy fluctuations returned to their peak. Refined death energy flowed out continuously, and her expression became stern. "It doesn't hurt at all. With this level of skill, you're still 1,000 years too early to kill me." Chapter 1357. Swoosh. Kasui seemed to have turned into a phantom as he instantly dodged the magic energy beam from his opponent. He was not worried about the battle situation on Hela's side at all. Hela had not reached the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm, but in the eyes of many Beyond Grade As, including Kasui, she was one of the most difficult Beyond Grade As to deal with. Not only could she reduce one's lifespan, but she also had a nanny that was bound to her. She was like an unkillable cockroach. Even if others were strong, no one was willing to provoke Hela. Kasui focused his attention on his opponent again, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The invisible psychic energy was like thousands of needles, giving his opponent a high-level mind blast. However, it seemed to have hit a solid wall, and most of the power was deflected by his opponent's mind defense spell, turning into chaotic mental disturbances that spread out in all directions, immediately triggering the mental defense barriers of a large number of battleships. The first to bear the brunt of the shockwave was shattered by the shockwave. The other party was not to be outdone. With a surge of energy, a magic array appeared and gathered into a spherical shell. All kinds of exclusive spells poured out, dazzling and colorful. The dense spell tide chased after Kasui and bombarded him. The style of fighting leaned toward the style of a magic cannon with covering firepower. What a smooth connection of magic. There are no flaws, all the cells in Kasui's body became active. His eyes emitted a strong light as he observed his opponent while fighting. Although he was not a mage super, he was still an expert in the field. With one look, He could tell that the other party had a lot of combat experience and was an extremely powerful mage. The combination of spells was smooth, and the biggest impression he gave him was that the other party had both offense and defense, and it was a perfect combination. Furthermore, the connection of the world tree had an extremely high enhancement to mental strength. If it was not for the suppression of strength, a psychic would actually be at a disadvantage against a world tree expert. This was especially obvious in a battle of the same level. Kasui discovered that the other party's mental barrier was extremely thick, and every mental attack was difficult to break through. It was as though it was indestructible. This guy seems to be a high-level ancestral spirit. Kasui adjusted his vision and saw the mark on the other party's forehead. Black Star had once explained the composition of the world tree experts to help them distinguish them. The ancestral spirits had a special mark on their appearance, which was that they were easy to recognize. At this moment, he was fighting a member of the world tree's 13 ancestral spirits. He was ranked second, and his strength was quite high in the world tree. He was not much weaker than the third and fourth executive officers. While Kasui was observing, the second ancestral soul suddenly spoke. "I recognize you. You're the one who killed Manny." Manny. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Kasui's eyes flashed, and he immediately realized that it was the holy tree emissary he had killed some time ago. The second ancestor soul said indifferently, "I like strong enemies. You are a good opponent. I hope you can make me happy." Kasui raised his eyebrows. "We were fighting to the death, so why are we suddenly chatting?" He glanced at the temporary team chat channel of the Beyond Grade and realized that most of them were being talked to by the world tree experts. It seemed like the other party had done it on purpose. After thinking about it, Kasui understood. The mentality of the world tree experts is different from ours. They know that they won't really die in battle, so they are fearless and relaxed. On the other hand, we are tense as if we are facing a great enemy. Therefore, they took the initiative to speak. It should be a psychological battle to affect our mentality. On the other hand, perhaps they are trying to deepen the information entanglement and gather information. Why not? It's better not to answer. Kasui's mind raced, and he gave up on replying. After leaving a don't answer message in the chat channel, he focused on dealing with the second ancestral spirit. Psychic power and magic danced in the sky, dazzling one's eyes. An astral spiritual dragon soared in the battlefield. Its dragon eyes were like blazing golden flames, and its gigantic mane ship-like body was extremely eye-catching. Every time it flapped its dragon wings, countless draconic spells would be cast, setting off magic waves. Layers of defensive arrays covered its body, making it look extraordinarily valiant. It was Dragon King Milizor's. At this moment, an army commander was fighting with him. A grey meteor that was rather small in comparison was flying around the old dragon, constantly attacking. He was wearing heavy armor all over his body, and all kinds of special firearms were constantly changing in his hands. He alone set off a rain of bullets. He was a rare cannon master. The World Tree Military Department was in charge of external battles. The meaning of an army commander was the chief combatant of the military. Only the top Beyond Grade as in the military could obtain such a title. Every army commander had their own prefix code name, which usually depended on the number of the army they were in. The army commander fighting the old dragon belonged to a World Tree army called Darklight, and his title was Army Commander Darklight. The two of them were evenly matched, but due to their eye-catching size, the old dragon became a target, and he attracted the firepower of most of the battleships around him. When the World Tree experts who were fighting with other Beyond Graders passed by, they would even throw a few skills at the old dragon. Anyway, the target was so big, and the hit rate was extremely high. It would be a waste not to fight. Because of this, Milizor suffered too much additional damage, and the injuries on his body continued to accumulate. Large amounts of dragon scales were torn off, and his flesh and blood splattered in the sky. His situation was getting worse and worse. Everyone was showing off, and only the old dragon was getting beaten up. Bang! A beam of light shot out from the muzzle of Army Commander Darklight's cannon, piercing through the cracked defensive array and hitting the old dragon's back, shattering a large piece of scales and flesh, adding a new injury to him. "This is the first time I've seen a creature like you. I wonder what your flesh tastes like." Army leader Darklight continued to spout nonsense as he fired his cannon. Milizors felt a sharp pain in his back. He swung his dragon head and opened his bloody mouth to let out an angry roar. The sound wave condensed from magic power vibrated out and hit Army Commander Darklight head-on, sending him flying. However, the old dragon did not take the opportunity to chase after him. Instead, he turned his dragon body vertically, and a large number of magic patterns suddenly lit up on his body. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and flashed to a battlefield not far away. There was a chaotic battle between more than 10 people going on here. He stared at a heavily injured Holy Tree emissary who was about to retreat under the cover of his companions. Milizors flashed behind the Holy Tree emissary, and before the other party could turn around and make a hasty defense, he opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath that was like broken jade enhanced by dragon language magic. Golden flames surged out and instantly engulfed the target. In just an instant, the body of the Holy Tree emissary melted and quickly turned into a pile of ashes that fluttered in the air until it dissipated. Not long after the start of the battle, the first casualty was born. Die. After taking down the first blood, Milizors immediately felt that he had vented his anger. He was in high spirits and fully displayed the nature of a human-headed dog. However, he was not happy for long before he was immediately beaten up. The surrounding world tree experts did not say anything and turned around to focus fire on Milizors, shattering large amounts of dragon scales and flesh. His vitality rapidly flowed out. At the same time, Army Commander Darklight rushed over and switched to a universal treasure-level firearm to fire from afar. Powerful beams of light bombarded the old dragon's body, exploding into fireworks and even shattering one of Milizor's dragon eyes. Blood spurted out. The surrounding battleships also turned their cannons and focused their fire on Milizors. He had taken down the first blood, but he was instantly targeted and fell into a dangerous situation. His injuries were very serious. Kill him. Army Commander Darklight saw an opportunity and was about to try and kill his opponent in one go. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Swoosh! A dazzling platinum-colored light suddenly shot out from behind the 3 Universal Civilizations fleet, as if it had passed through the chaotic battlefield and accurately landed on Milizor's body. A huge amount of life energy was injected into the old dragon's body, and his heavily injured body immediately began to recover. In just a few blinks of an eye, his originally heavily injured dragon body had recovered by more than half, and he became lively again. With a swing of his dragon tail, he naughtily smashed several World Tree battleships. This scene immediately attracted the gazes of many World Tree experts, and their expressions changed slightly. A recovery-type Esper ability? After fighting in the universe for many years, the World Tree experts were very knowledgeable. Recovery Esper abilities were not rare, but those who could reach the beyond Grade A level were extremely rare. After all, Recovery Esper abilities were functional Esper abilities and were not suitable for combat. Furthermore, most Esper abilities did not have high potential, and training and sublimation were extremely difficult. However, this time, not only did the enemy civilization have a recover-type Esper, but the recovery effect was unbelievably strong. It could heal a peak beyond Grade A lifeform in just 2 or 3 moves. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the strongest recover-type Esper they had ever seen. I didn't expect this prey to have such a trump card. The expressions of many World Tree experts changed, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. If they did not get rid of this recover-type Esper, the battle losses would be extremely large, and the results of this exchange would be greatly reduced. We have to kill him first. A portion of the World Tree experts quickly completed the communication in the mental network. They immediately abandoned their current opponents, gathered together, and charged toward the location of the life energy. Although it was behind the 3 Universal Civilizations fleet, they had no choice but to face it head-on. This was actually similar to the players' tactics. After all, who would not cut the healer first in a team battle? However, at this moment, a few streams of light suddenly shot out from the fleet, fearlessly facing this group of attackers who had the advantage in numbers. The two sides suddenly collided. With a flash of light, an intense explosion spread out, and the momentum of this group of World Tree experts was immediately stopped. The group of World Tree experts looked up and saw 5 beyond grade as shining brightly in front of them, not giving in at all. There's actually a group of people hiding? Seeing this, many of the World Tree experts were surprised. They thought that the high-level combatants of their opponents had all entered the battlefield. These 5 people looked at the large number of World Tree experts. Not only were they not nervous, they were even eager to give it a try. They were the 5 Underworld Hero Spirit Kings. The other 3 Hero Spirit Kings, including Sorokin, did not appear. Aurora only sent out 5 people, and the leader was the Hero Spirit King, Regia, who was currently ranked 2nd in strength. I can finally move around. Regia stretched his shoulders, and without another word, he led the other 4 Hero Spirit Kings to charge forward, starting a new round of chaotic battle. Even though the other Beyond Grade as knew about the existence of the Sanctum Revival, they did not want to sacrifice themselves so easily. In comparison, the Underworld Hero Spirits were the ones who were truly fearless. On the other side, on the 3 Universal Civilizations command ship, Simon looked at the battle between Han Xiao, Hela, and the Underworld Hero Spirits, then turned to glance at the calm Aurora. He could not help but shake his head and sigh from the bottom of his heart. The Blue Star people are all monsters. Clang. The mechanical deity and the subduing tree king clashed again, and an intense shockwave spread out. This outsider seems to be even more capable than the last time we met. The subduing tree king moved his aching fingers. Under his cold appearance, his heart was surging. Although the outcome of the battle could not be determined for the time being, after this battle, he felt pressure from Han Xiao that he had not felt in a long time. He had only experienced this feeling of unparalleled strength from one person, and that person was the unfathomable ancestral tree king. He did not expect that the prey civilization he had chosen this time would have such a high-level combatant. He had encountered a tough opponent. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to face reality. He probably would not be able to take down this powerful outsider by himself. The subduing tree king quickly glanced at the battle. In the mental network, the voices of 6 to 7 of his companions had already gone silent, which meant that they had died in battle. With the help of that recover-type Esper, the enemy did not lose a single member. If this continued, wouldn't they be wiped out without any injuries? How could this be? I can't wait any longer. The subduing tree king's eyes darkened. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately made a change. Swoosh. The subduing tree king suddenly retreated and covered his face with his hands. His mouth was wide open as if he was letting out a painful roar. The next moment, his entire body emitted an extremely dazzling green light, as if he had released the energy of the world tree in his body. Endless green light overflowed from his body. Then, with a bang, an unstoppable pressure erupted with him as the center, as if an even higher existence had descended. The green light spots quickly condensed and turned into translucent light green roots of the world tree. At first, they were only like many small snakes floating beside the subduing tree king. However, these roots grew rapidly and soon expanded, whipping and dancing crazily on the battlefield. The appearance of the subduing tree king also changed. His entire state was different. His body had turned into a material similar to the roots of the world tree, and the green power of the world tree flowed in his translucent body. It was as if he had undergone a transformation. A powerful aura assaulted him like a suffocating gale. Just now, the subduing tree king had mainly relied on his own combat strength to fight, but at this moment, he began to borrow the power of the world tree. This was the ability of the world tree that could only be activated by the tree king level connection. It was also the reason why the tree king was the tree king. All of this happened in an instant. While the subduing tree king was transforming, Han Xiao did not stop his long-range attacks, but they were all blocked by the dancing roots of the world tree. Oh! An ultimate move! Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was not unfamiliar with this transformation. This was the unique authority of the Tree King. It allowed his body to become a branch of the world tree, like a temporary base station. In his previous life, whenever the Tree King activated this form, it would be a sign of him going on a killing spree. The most terrifying thing was not the increase in strength from this transformation, but the fact that his body had turned into a branch of the world tree, which could bring about a wide range of buffs, increasing the combat power of all the world tree members on the battlefield. This was the war form of the Tree King. Chapter 1358. The moment the subduing Tree King released the power of the World Tree, all the members of the World Tree on the battlefield emitted a green light. With the buff of the halo, it was as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, and their overall combat strength suddenly increased by a large margin. The halo covered the entire army, and the situation on the battlefield immediately changed. All the members of the World Tree army were given a buff, and they immediately charged forward. Many of the three Universal Civilizations troops, who were still in a stalemate, were instantly heavily injured, and their losses soared. The Beyond Grade as were the first to feel the change. The increase in the overall strength of the World Tree experts immediately broke the stalemate. Many of the Beyond Grade as who were originally in a stalemate with their opponents had the initiative taken away, and they fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Many of them were in danger, and their lives were in danger. Golden rays of light shot out frequently, landing on the Beyond Grade as who were in danger one after another. At the critical moment, they provided a mouthful of good milk, allowing a large number of Beyond Grade as to catch their breaths. However, the World Tree experts also reacted. They used various methods to try to disperse or isolate the life energy that shot over, preventing this recover-type Esper from healing his companions. Only Hela had a soul connection with Aurora, so she could receive the dawn of life that Aurora instantly released. It was as if she was bound to her external source of milk. The other Beyond Grade as naturally did not have such treatment. Although the milk was sufficient, they had to receive it. Although Aurora's Esper ability was strange, she was only an ordinary Beyond Grade A at the moment. She could not ignore all kinds of obstructions, and this tested her ability as a healer. Not only did she have to pay attention to the life state of every Beyond Grade A, but she also had to think of a way to avoid all kinds of obstacles and successfully heal the target. Han Xiao monitored the situation of the various regions through the quantum network. The changes in the battle were all visible. The situation was obviously not good. The halo of the entire army is still very powerful. Fortunately, it can't be stacked. Otherwise, the effect of the 5 Tree Kings transforming together would be insane. Han Xiaoxin's eyes locked onto the subduing Tree King. Only by killing the subduing Tree King could he remove the enemy's halo and turn the situation around. Otherwise, the overall losses on his side would increase exponentially. However, at this moment, the subduing Tree King, who had been strengthened by releasing the power of the World Tree, retreated instead of advancing. He retreated and dodged into the heavy protection of the World Tree fleet. At the same time, he retracted the eye-catching World Tree roots into his body and had no intention of charging forward to fight Han Xiao. Han Xiao's expression immediately changed, and his emotions surged. He had thought that the subduing Tree King would charge forward to continue the battle after transforming and try to defeat him. He did not expect the other party to avoid the battle after going all out. If you're not going to fight, you should have said so earlier. You're so aggressive that it makes my blood boil. This is bad. If I don't get rid of him quickly, it'll be troublesome. Han Xiao felt helpless. After transforming, the Tree King had an extremely high strategic value. He no longer put himself in danger and hid in the fleet, continuing to provide bonuses to the army. This was a calm approach, but such a situation rarely happened in his previous life. It was not easy for the Tree King to release the power of the World Tree, so his fighting spirit also soared. Usually, he would fight to his heart's content. If the other Tree Kings had chosen to avoid the battle rationally, he would have been able to accept it, but this time, it was the subduing Tree King. Oh my God, a pugilist is actually not stubborn. My youth is over. Countless World Tree battleships protected the Commander-in-Chief, the subduing Tree King. Facing the seemingly endless cannons, Han Xiao felt his scalp go numb. Although he was quite confident in his tankiness, charging alone in such a large-scale battlefield was a little too arrogant. Furthermore, the subduing Tree King was too strong. He would not be able to deal with the enemy in a short period of time. If he rushed in, he would only be bombarded for no reason. If you have the guts, don't ever come out. Seeing this, Han Xiao threw down the subduing Tree King and turned around to kill the other world tree experts. If you don't stop me, I'll kill your teammates. Although the members of the World Tree had never cared about the deaths of their teammates, this attack was an exchange. The subduing Tree King would always care about these exchanges. Otherwise, the meaning of his transformation would be very limited. However, Han Xiao's attention did not completely shift away from the subduing Tree King. He was still watching the other party's movements to prevent the subduing Tree King from using the opportunity to adjust his tactics. The subduing Tree King did not stop him. From another perspective, it could be said that he had gotten rid of the entanglement and used his companions as bait to lure him away. He also used his superior combat strength to attack the other beyond grade as. It was also a type of exchange. Because this is a battle of exchange, he doesn't want to waste time on an expert like me. He turned around and killed the other high-level combatants. Maybe that's what he's thinking. Han Xiao secretly guessed the subduing Tree King's intentions. At the same time, the subduing Tree King watched as Han Xiao changed his target. His face was expressionless, and his eyes flickered. After the previous exchange, he judged that even if he transformed, he might not be able to take down this outsider with shocking combat strength. Therefore, he suppressed the urge to attack and continued to focus on the strategic goal of the exchange. As the Tree King who had fought many civilizations, he would not easily get carried away. However, he could not stay here and not attack. Otherwise, if he watched the outsider kill his companions, it would be meaningless for him to try to strengthen the effect of the exchange. Since he could not stop the other party's strongest person, he could only make the same choice and change his target. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. The subduing Tree King turned around and looked in the direction of the recoverer-type Esper. On a certain battlefield, an arcane church formation was broken through by the World Tree Commandos. The formation of the frigates was torn into pieces, and the glorious Sun-grade main ship in the middle was bitten by the World Tree assault ships. Charge cabins bit onto the main ship's hull one after another, drilling through the armor and sending in batches of World Tree super squads. They launched a boarding battle and tried to seize the main ship from the inside. At this moment, the interior of the main ship had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Bloody battles broke out in all the cabins and corridors. The guards on the ship kept resisting the World Tree supers, and from time to time, new charge cabins would smash open new gaps. The attacks came wave after wave. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. A captain pulled out the saber that had stabbed into the enemy's body, and a large amount of blood splattered on the armor's face. He did not have the time to wipe it off and anxiously called for reinforcements in the channel. But in the next moment, a blurry shadow flashed past his eyes. Then, a huge force suddenly exploded on the side of his head. His head was grabbed by a big hand and slammed into the wall. His body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. The owner of the hand was a burly World Tree officer. A large group of team members were massacring the soldiers in the main ship and had already broken through this line of defense. "Head to the main control room," the officer shouted and was about to lead the team forward. However, at this moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook, and the cabin wall not far away shattered, revealing half of the black charge cabin. The cabin door opened, and a group of army players rushed out to support them. Without saying a word, they charged toward the World Tree team. Both sides did not say anything, and a fierce battle immediately broke out. After a fierce battle, this officer led his troops to wipe out this player team, but they also suffered quite a bit of losses due to the opponent's fearless and brutal fighting style. "Do these people want to die?" This officer frowned. He had seen people who were not afraid of death, but this group of people just now had practically used their own heads to exchange for their injuries. In his opinion, there was only one possibility, and that was that the enemy had a strong belief and did not hesitate to exchange their lives for injuries. However, as a member of the World Tree, he would not be frightened by this kind of fearless belief. No one was afraid of death. If you want to fight with your life, I will fight with my life. Who's afraid of who? There was no time to rest. This World Tree officer threw this matter to the back of his mind and was about to lead his troops forward. However, at this moment, dense footsteps sounded from the corridor ahead. Another batch of reinforcements had arrived. Their appearance and abilities were exactly the same as the team that had been wiped out earlier. This group of people. The World Tree officer was shocked. He had already killed this group of people just now, but they had appeared again. What was going on with these people? Could it be that even if they could not be killed, they could revive like them? Before he could think about it, a fierce battle broke out again. Due to the losses in the previous wave, the combat strength of this World Tree combat team had decreased, and they were annihilated by the same group of players. This officer was also beaten into pieces. Similar scenes played out in many battleships. In the command ship of the 3 universal civilizations, Aurora released several rays of light, but before they could hit her comrades who were in danger, they were scattered by a few high-level combatants of the World Tree. Aurora frowned and lowered her hand. I'm too far away from the battlefield. The opponent has plenty of time to react and can easily block my energy. This won't do. It's difficult for me to use my ability. I need to get closer and shorten the distance. After Aurora finished speaking, without waiting for Simon's reply, she left the cabin in a flash and stepped into space. She turned into a golden stream of light and left the rear formation, quickly approaching the battlefield where the Beyond Graders were. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many World Tree experts. A large number of high-level combatants immediately approached this recover-type Esper, but they were stopped by their respective opponents. Not long after, Aurora stopped in the middle of the main fleet of the 3 universal civilizations. Although she had closed the distance, she did not step into the battlefield. She kept raising her hand to release the Dawn of Life, scattering radiance. If the distance of the previous Dawn of Life was 10, then it was at most 2 to 3 now. The hit rate was higher than before. Not only that, all the life forms within a certain range of her would receive an increase in recovery speed. This was the passive halo of Aurora's Esper ability after she entered the Beyond Grade A realm. The range increased with her grade. When she was in the command ship earlier, the range of the halo was not enough to cover this place. Now that she had arrived at this battlefield, her halo took effect, covering most of the Beyond Grade as who were fighting. It's very dangerous here. Don't come over. Hela saw Aurora immediately, and her expression changed. Aurora turned a deaf ear to him and panted lightly. Ever since she entered the Beyond Grade A realm, she had never experienced such an intense battle. More than 100 Beyond Grade as were treated by her, and the amount of life energy she consumed far exceeded the speed at which her life energy was replenished. Her face gradually turned pale, and she felt as if her body was being squeezed dry. At this moment, dozens of World Tree roots suddenly attacked the main fleet from the side. Every root contained astonishing energy, and they quickly smashed a large number of battleships, tearing open a hole in the formation. The next moment, the subduing Tree King shot toward Aurora like a green beam of light. The power of the World Tree burned fiercely. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill this recoverer-type Esper. The moment Aurora arrived at the front line, he saw the opportunity and used the cover of the fleet to sneak in. He approached the edge of the main fleet and launched a surprise attack, vowing to eliminate the biggest factor that affected the exchange strategy. The World Tree roots seemed to have formed a giant war chariot as they charged forward, sweeping away the obstacles in their way. At the same time, they blocked the focused fire of the fleet for the subduing Tree King. With the protection of the World Tree's power, the subduing Tree King dug his way into the main battleship. Aurora seemed to have lost her head out of fear. She hurriedly retreated and condensed holy light to hit the subduing Tree King's body. However, it was as powerless as scratching an itch, unable to stop the subduing Tree King's momentum. In the blink of an eye, the subduing Tree King appeared in front of Aurora as if he had teleported. His arm carried a green light as he drew a semicircle and slashed toward Aurora's head, as if he wanted to smash her into meat paste from top to bottom. Aura that crossed two watersheds locked onto Aurora's body. Aurora seemed to be intimidated. She maintained a panicked expression and froze on the spot, unable to move. However, at this moment, a ferocious mental explosion suddenly erupted with Aurora as the center. It was extremely invasive and almost materialized. The subduing tree king felt a pain in his brain, and his fist could not help but deviate. The crescent-shaped fist shot out like a blade of light and brushed past Aurora, shattering hundreds of battleships along the way. Sorokin's figure separated from Aurora's body and appeared behind her like a substitute. He pressed his forehead softly, and his mental energy surged out continuously. He activated all his abilities, and his aura surged. There's another protector. The subduing tree king's expression did not change. Just as he was about to break free from Sorokin's mental energy and continue attacking Aurora, something unexpected happened. The panic on Aurora's face instantly disappeared, and she regained her composure as if she had expected this. The necklace she was wearing suddenly unfolded, and the mechanical structure instantly covered her entire body, turning into a set of mechanical armor that the subduing tree king was familiar with. Swoosh! The next moment, with a flash of light, Aurora disappeared, leaving behind only Sorokin and a throne. At the same time, Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air and replaced her original position. Without waiting for the subduing tree king to react, he raised his hand and used the 7 heavenly chains, hanging onto the subduing tree king's body. I knew you guys wouldn't give up, wet nurse. Han Xiao's strong arm grabbed the subduing tree king's neck, and he felt a huge force hitting his chest. It was as if he was hugging a big fish, and the subduing tree king was struggling in his arms. The subduing tree king had been hiding in the fleet the entire time and did not have many opportunities to attack. He had specially asked Aurora to come out. Although it was a simple bait tactic, he believed that the world tree experts would not sit still. After all, the battle strategy of the world tree was different. Han Xiao thought from the other party's perspective and felt that in the other party's eyes, only by cutting off the wet nurse could they successfully carry out the exchange tactic. For this, sacrificing some high-level combatants was worth it, and there was a certain chance of luring the subduing tree king out again. Although the fishing hook was straight, it could not withstand the other party's willingness. It could be considered a simple and effective plan. The subduing tree king was expressionless. He kept raising his elbow and attacking Han Xiao's abdomen like raindrops. Shockwaves exploded between the two of them. A portion of the world tree roots blocked the focused fire of the surrounding fleets, and a portion of them landed heavily on the two of them, wanting to pull Han Xiao off the subduing tree king. In terms of strength, the subduing tree king was still stronger. Han Xiao could not lock down the other party, but just as the subduing tree king was about to break free, mechanical structures quickly spread along the point of contact between Han Xiao and the subduing tree king, turning into a set of king armor that wrapped around the subduing tree king. Eat my match made in heaven. Han Xiao's mechanical force flashed, and the two of them disappeared. Swoosh! The next moment, the two of them appeared in a strange empty area behind the 3 universal civilizations formation. It was as if the fleet had deliberately left it there. The moment the two of them appeared, the prepared fleets activated the protective shield around them, quickly forming a spherical barrier that covered this area. Then, they immediately retreated. The subduing tree king frowned and finally broke free from Han Xiao's embrace, sending Han Xiao flying with a kick. He turned around and scanned his surroundings, discovering that there were hundreds of strange-looking mechanical devices floating in this area. At the same time he was observing, hundreds of mechanical devices suddenly lit up, as if hundreds of wormhole channels had been opened. The interior of the channels was filled with a dazzling light, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Han Xiao stopped flying and narrowed his eyes. A few hundred improved keys of destruction are enough for you and me. Before the war started, Han Xiao had specially instructed the 3 universal civilizations to set up this type of trap and place the throne in the trap. The 3 universal civilizations had set up many similar traps before the war and tried to form a combination skill with the mechanisms of different universal treasures. This trap was one of the examples, and it was also the plan that Han Xiao had suggested, using the teleportation of the King mechanical suit and the lethality of the Key of Destruction to form a killing zone. Advanced version. To the underworld. Buzz. The next moment, a blinding light gushed out from hundreds of tunnels, instantly filling this area and drowning the two of them. Chapter 1359. Ruthless. At this moment, the many beyond grade as who were fighting could not help but divert some of their attention to Han Xiao's situation. They also knew about the trap area formed by hundreds of keys of destruction. Looking at the expanding light, they could not help but sweat for Han Xiao. Black Star's method of mutual destruction was famous for being shameless, but the power of hundreds of keys of destruction was not something the Mech Legion could compare to. Furthermore, they were restricted to a small area, and their power was highly concentrated, making their explosive power even more terrifying. Not only was he ruthless to the enemy, but he was also ruthless to himself. Everyone felt that Black Star's methods were too crazy. Wasn't he afraid of blowing himself up? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, but before the power of the explosion reached its peak, large cracks suddenly appeared on the protective shield around this area. Bang! 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 Dozens of world tree roots appeared, crazily digesting the power of the explosion while slapping the shield from the inside. Then, a green meteor slammed into the cracks on the shield. Crack! The shield trembled, and a hole was blasted open. The charred subduing Tree King rolled out. The next moment, Han Xiao's figure also flew out and chased after the subduing Tree King. He tried to fight him, but he was sent flying by the world tree roots like a baseball. At the same time, because the protective shield was shattered by the subduing Tree King, the power of the keys of destruction broke through the shield from the inside. The chain reaction energy cluster in the area lost control and expanded rapidly. Fortunately, the three Universal Civilizations fleets had already left a large empty area around the trap to prevent such a situation. The nearest fleet had plenty of time to retreat, and at the same time, they kept firing long-range cannons at the subduing Tree King. The subduing Tree King did not care about anything else. He gathered the world tree roots and turned them into a protective stance. He then hurriedly fled into the distance, avoiding the expanding energy cluster behind him, afraid that he would be swallowed again. Han Xiao stopped and continued to chase after the subduing Tree King. As the two of them moved away from the energy cluster, they continued to fight. Suddenly, a bright light flashed and the expanding energy cluster exploded. The shockwave spread out in all directions and hit the two of them in the back. The huge impact threw the two of them into the air at a much faster speed than normal. After rolling countless times, Han Xiao barely managed to stop himself. His entire body was in pain, and his body was covered in charred wounds. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. On the other hand, the subduing Tree King, who had fallen not far away, was in a similar sorry state, as though he had lost a layer of skin. You sure run fast. Han Xiao's veins throbbed as he stretched his arms and legs. The scorch marks fell off one by one, and his injuries gradually healed. His plummeting HP slowly recovered. The subduing Tree King was not a dead person who would foolishly stay in the trap and take damage. At the critical moment, he also unleashed his full strength and smashed the barrier to escape the explosion area. Han Xiao had originally stayed behind to stall the subduing Tree King, but after the other party broke free from his successful sneak attack, he no longer gave him a chance. Han Xiao had used the king to teleport here, so he naturally removed his mechanical deity form. The descent of the mechanical deity was not instantaneous, and there was not enough time in a hurry. With just the attributes of his main body, he could not control a pugilist like the subduing Tree King and was smashed to the side. The premise of the together to the underworld tactic was to control the enemy. How could the target obediently stay in the focus area? The subduing Tree King ran fast, and with the protection of the world tree roots, he escaped before the key of destruction completely exploded. He did not take full damage, and even Han Xiao could only chase after him. However, the power of this wave was too terrifying. Even though the subduing Tree King escaped in time, he was still severely injured. His body was covered in wounds, and the dozens of world tree roots suffered the most damage. They also withered, and the power of the world tree flowing within them was severely exhausted. Their color was dim, and they were weak as though they had withered. The subduing tree king lowered his head to look at his heavy injuries. He was completely emotionless, and his tone was calm. Not a bad attempt. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Looking up at Han Xiao's injuries, a look of regret flashed across the subduing tree king's eyes. I was too careless. If I had known that the other party would take such a risk, I wouldn't have escaped just now. I might as well have gone with the flow and dragged this outsider down with me to get rid of this dangerous opponent. The thoughts of the members of the World Tree were different from ordinary people. The subduing tree king did not rejoice that he had escaped death. Instead, he felt that it was a pity that he had missed an excellent opportunity to exchange. It's a pity that I didn't kill that recovery-type Esper. The subduing tree king shook his head. This outsider clearly had the advantage in strength, but he still took the risk. His intention was very clear. He knew that he would not be able to take him down in a short period of time and was not willing to fight for too long. Thus, he tried to get rid of the halo that he brought with him as soon as possible to reduce the losses. The subduing tree king was well aware of this. However, even if he had to do it again, he would still attack that recover-type Esper. The other party had taken the initiative to use his weakness to lure him, so it was worth a try. As long as he could make his opponent lose his healer forever, the deaths of all the high-level combatants, including him, would be worth it. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, but the subduing tree king did not stop moving. He turned around and fled in another direction, not wanting to fight at all. He had been brought to the enemy's main force by his opponent and was heavily surrounded. How could he have a good time fighting here? The most important thing now was to prolong his survival time. Only by escaping back to his own fleet and receiving protection would he be able to escape danger and continue to provide the halo of the entire army. Running again. Seeing this, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and immediately chased after him. Along the way, he quickly returned to his mechanical deity form. The two of them fought again, moving as they fought. Pugilists were not scary, but pugilists were not stubborn. As long as the subduing tree king was a little more reckless, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding 3 universal civilizations battleships were not idle either. They provided a huge amount of firepower support, and an endless stream of light cannons bombarded the dozens of world tree routes that the subduing tree king extended from all directions. Han Xiao was not willing to fall into the enemy's main force alone, and the subduing tree king did not dare to either. An army of this scale was enough to pose a threat to the life of an individual. Not only did the focus fire cause the world tree root fragments to fly everywhere, but it also restrained the subduing tree king. Furthermore, the subduing tree king was heavily injured, and his condition was greatly reduced. Although his recovery ability was not bad, under the entanglement of Han Xiao and countless fleets, the subduing tree king's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. He was in a vicious cycle. The other world tree experts and many fleets wanted to rush over to provide support, but they were all stopped by the 3 universal civilizations troops on the various battlefields. The two sides fought fiercely, and their eyes turned red. Swoosh! A blazing red light ray streaked across, cutting the 2 withered world tree roots in half. The subduing tree king, who was protected by the roots, could not dodge in time and had half of his foot cut off. The texture of the cut was like a broken piece of wood, slowly twisting and growing, as if it was about to grow a new foot. Looks like this is where I'll be buried. The subduing tree king observed the encirclement and frowned. He had tried to break out of the encirclement for a long time, but he was still trapped in the main forces of the 3 universal civilizations. He endured the fierce attacks, and more than half of the world tree roots he summoned after transforming were cut off. His body was gradually approaching the end of its flight, and he was no longer able to resist Han Xiao's attacks head-on. With the combat strength of the subduing tree king after releasing the power of the world tree, he could have lasted for a longer time. However, the tactic of going to the underworld together had worked, and he had secured victory. If not for the fact that he was heavily injured in this wave, the subduing Tree King would not have been beaten to the point where he could not retaliate so quickly. At this moment, space buzzed and shook. The mechanical deity's palm spun, and all kinds of force fields enveloped the subduing Tree King, trying to imprison him in midair. The subduing Tree King's expression tensed up. He circulated his weakened pugilist flames and struggled to break free. "You want to capture me alive?" Hearing this, Han Xiao did not reply and continued to increase the strength of the force field. Currently, the World Tree was already in front of his door, and the approximate coordinates had been exposed. He could use the spacetime amber to seal the World Tree powerhouse and see if he could suppress the revival ability of the World Tree. However, the only problem was that the World Tree powerhouse would not obediently accept the seal. Sensing Han Xiao's intentions, the subduing Tree King's expression was calm. He resisted the force field and slowly said, "Your resistance is futile. We will invade your civilization sooner or later. If we fail this time, there will be countless times. You can't stop the iron hooves of the World Tree forever. I'll wait to fight you next time." As soon as he said that, before Han Xiao could react, the subduing Tree King's body suddenly burst out with a strong light and self-destructed without hesitation. Bang! A violent shockwave swept out, causing a large amount of electric arcs on the shield of the mechanical deity. The remaining roots of the World Tree also collapsed, turning into light fragments and dissipating as if they had never existed. The World Tree had fought in the universe for many years, and it had encountered more than once civilizations that wanted to capture their high-level combatants alive. Their thoughts were basically the same. They believed that by capturing the World Tree powerhouses alive and not killing them, they would be able to stop the revival of the World Tree and reduce the other party's capital in a war of attrition. This situation was not new for the World Tree powerhouses at all. Although the subduing Tree King did not know what methods the enemy had to capture him alive this time, there was no need for him to take this risk. Seeing that the situation was not right and there was no way to escape, he directly self-destructed and did not give him a chance. In this regard, the members of the World Tree were too experienced. Unless the difference in strength was too great or they had no choice, the members of the World Tree would rarely let themselves enter a near-death state where they were at the mercy of others. When they were weak, they would consider self-destructing and return to the embrace of the Mother Tree. What a troublesome enemy! The Tree King is indeed not easy to deal with. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he clicked his tongue. The formation of the spacetime amber required time, and the other party had brazenly self-destructed to prevent himself from being imprisoned. There was nothing he could do about this. Although he had the advantage against the subduing Tree King, who was about the same strength as him, he could not easily crush him. In the past, his opponents were normal people. They would either completely lose their combat strength and be unable to move, or they would rather be sealed than die in battle. No one would easily give up their life and self-destruct, so the spacetime amber had succeeded many times. However, the World Tree's thoughts were completely different. They liked the exchange tactic, exchanging lives for lives. Self-destruction was a common occurrence for them. "You want to control me? Then I'll die for you." This was very troublesome. In his previous life, although the spacetime amber was taken away by the World Tree powerhouses, the three universal civilizations did not give up on capturing the other party's high-level combatants alive. However, most of them ended in failure. The biggest obstacle was the World Tree powerhouse's decisiveness in self-destructing. No matter what, the Tree King has been revived for quite some time. At least the halo of the entire army has been removed. Han Xiao calmed himself down and turned to look at the battle. With the death of the subduing Tree King, the green light on all the World Tree members dimmed again, and they lost the buff from the halo. The pressure on the three universal civilizations' troops instantly decreased, and they finally returned to normal. "I can't do anything to the subduing Tree King, but the difference in strength between ordinary beyond grade as and me is too big. I might have a chance to seal a few." Han Xiao moved his gaze and looked at the other World Tree experts who were fighting. At the same time, in the World Tree territory, the Tree King Palace. The Heart Tree King slowly opened his eyes and looked at the few executive officers who did not participate in the expedition. The subduing Tree King has been sacrificed and turned into a seed. Hearing this, the faces of the executive officers present darkened. Although they had expected this outcome when they set off, they were still shocked when it really happened. After all, the Tree King represented their top combat strength, and the meaning of his death was not ordinary. At this moment, the Heart Tree King stood up from his throne, summoned a root, and stepped on it, preparing to teleport. "Aren't you going to continue watching the battle?" an executive officer asked. "The outcome of the battle has been decided. It seems like the attack this time has failed. The effect of the exchange is limited, but we've probed a lot of the enemy's trump cards and that crucial recover type Esper. The harvest is enough." "Understood. Where are you going now?" Hearing this, the Heart Tree King glanced at them and shook his head with a smile. "I'm going to water the subduing Tree King so that he can grow up quickly." Chapter 1360. Well done. Bang. Seeing the subduing Tree King explode into fireworks, Simon suppressed the excitement in his heart and smashed the table. Black Star was still reliable. He had gotten rid of the enemy's key point and stabilized the situation. Having suddenly lost the halo of the entire army, the World Tree Troops' advancement during the enhancement period had instead caused a large number of fleets to fall into a bad situation. Simon saw the opportunity and quickly calculated for a few seconds before speaking in the command channel. "All units, pay attention. Press forward." When the three universal civilizations on the various battlefields received the news, they immediately took action and cooperated with each other, gradually suppressing the enemy fleet. On the other side, when the World Tree experts saw that the subduing Tree King had died in battle, there was a slight commotion. Due to the loss of the halo enhancement, their combat strength increased, and the advantage they had previously obtained was quickly reversed by the Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations. Without the restriction of the subduing Tree King, Han Xiao returned to the battlefield where the Beyond Graders were and attacked the other World Tree experts. Like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, he quickly brought about an overwhelming victory. Han Xiao's goal was to use the space-time amber to seal the World Tree experts, but it did not go that smoothly. Before the subduing Tree King self-destructed, he had used the mental network to inform all the high-level combatants of the World Tree present. When the World Tree experts felt that they could not hold on any longer, they self-destructed decisively. The World Tree knew that their opponent might be the hometown of an outsider, so they naturally would not make a low-level mistake. They did not send any foreign experts to participate in the battle and were still on guard against the virtual purification that they had yet to study. Even so, Han Xiao had the advantage in terms of strength. After many attempts, he still successfully sealed a target. Before the other party self-destructed, he used thunderous methods to beat him to the brink of death and swallowed him into the amber. However, this caused the other World Tree experts to self-destruct even more decisively. Several of them even self-destructed while hugging a Beyond Grade A in an attempt to kill their opponent. With the death of the subduing Tree King, the scales of the high-level combatants completely tilted towards the three universal civilizations. Flames of self-destruction lit up the battlefield. Not long after, the last Holy Tree emissary self-destructed and died. Only then did the Beyond Grade as retreat from the battlefield and return to the formation behind the three universal civilizations. Almost everyone was injured. Simon walked up to him and exhaled. His expression was respectful. "Thank you for your hard work. You guys can rest first. However, the mechanic still has to provide technical support." "Okay." Han Xiao nodded. The battle was still going on, but what came next was the work of the main fleet. The mission of these high-level combatants was basically completed. Simon continued, "It's all thanks to you guys this time. We won a complete victory at the high-level combatants level and killed more than 100 Beyond Grade as from the World Tree. We'll talk about this officially after the battle." After that, he turned back to the command platform and continued to control the battle. He could not leave for the time being. The Beyond Grade as exchanged glances and remained silent. Because of Aurora and Blackstar, they only paid the price of 6 Beyond Grade as to eliminate more than 100 Beyond Grade as from the World Tree. Just from the perspective of the battle losses, it was indeed a complete victory. However, life was not a number. Thinking about how their 6 companions were chatting together not long ago, many Beyond Grade as felt sad for them. Someone else was sacrificed this time, but the World Tree would always make a comeback. Would I be the next one to die? Similar thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. Although they had placed their hopes on Han Xiao's Sanctum revival, no one dared to guarantee that it would not happen until it was their turn. Many people were filled with emotions and worry about the uncertainty of the future. Han Xiao looked back and saw everyone's expressions. He said, "Aurora, you did well this time. If not for you, our losses might have reached more than half." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Aurora. Most of them had gratitude in their eyes. No matter what, most of them had been saved by Aurora more than once today and owed her a favor. "I was just doing my duty." Aurora took a deep breath and imitated Han Xiao's modesty. Her face was rather pale. This high-intensity battle had squeezed out too much of her life energy, and she was almost out of milk. Hela felt a little heartache, but there was no expression on her face. Han Xiao patted Aurora's shoulder, looked at everyone, and said, "This battle will take at least a few days. Everyone is injured. Go and rest first." Hearing this, no one declined and left with their own thoughts, leaving only the direct Beyond Grade as Manison, Kasui, and the other important members of the association. Manison looked at the 4 space-time amber at the side. There were 4 World Tree experts sealed inside. "What do you plan to do with these 4? Seal them first and store them in the interception circle. I'll leave a throne here to supervise them." Han Xiao pondered. He had succeeded 4 times in using the space-time amber, and he had relied on the huge difference in strength to forcefully control the target before sealing them with the space-time amber. Therefore, the 4 high-level combatants of the World Tree that he had captured were all ordinary Beyond Grade as. There had been dozens of similar failures, and these were the rare 4 successful cases. The executive officer of the World Tree, the 13 ancestral spirits, and the army commander were all very strong and very troublesome to deal with. They self-destructed too decisively, and there was no way to capture them. The 6 Beyond Grade as on his side were mainly killed by the self-destruction tactic of the World Tree. The deceased were all ordinary or fragile Beyond Grade as. They died on the spot, and Aurora could not save them in time. Although he had won the battle between the high-level combatants, Han Xiao also fully felt how difficult it was to deal with the World Tree experts. It was not just their strength, but their synchronized mental network and fearless mentality were the most troublesome parts. Even though he had many advantages now, the battle-hardened World Tree was still not easy to deal with. He had his methods, but the other party also had various countermeasures. Although the space-time amber has already proven its characteristics, we still have to prevent the World Tree from cracking its principles. What we can't do, the World Tree might be able to do. Manison nodded. He did not dare to be arrogant and say that the World Tree would not be able to crack the space-time amber. To him, this was an unknown. Han Xiao did not say anything. He turned to look at Hela and gave her a look. Seeing this, Hela nodded slightly. This was the secret signal between the 2 of them. Seeing Hela's performance, Han Xiao knew that Hela had been using the underworld to collect the souls of the dead. She should have gained a lot, but now was not the time to check. World Tree, Han Xiao turned around and looked at the battle that was still ongoing. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Our high-level combatants have won a complete victory. Only 6 people died. Blackstar even used the space-time amber to capture 4 captives. In the joint conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, the 3 leaders were receiving the frontline battle reports in real time and discussing softly from time to time. Blackstar is still as strong as ever. Fortunately, he has the help of the association. Otherwise, the direct descendants wouldn't have been able to deal with so many enemies. Louis shook his head. Only 6 people died in battle. The battle results are better than I expected. Marbruce exhaled. After destroying this wave of attacks from the World Tree, their next wave shouldn't come so soon. It's bought us more time. The ethereal Pope nodded. Although the three of them had the intention of exhausting the associations beyond grade as, they were still focused on a common enemy. Seeing that their losses were low, they were also happy. However, Hellas Underworld is collecting the souls of our soldiers. This is a problem, Louis said with a deep voice. Now is not the time to care about this. Bruce lowered his voice. The existence of the underworld was no longer a secret. The three universal civilizations had already known about it before the war. They knew that Hela might absorb their dead soldiers and talents in the war, but in the current situation, they had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Although this was suspected of poaching, a large number of soldiers would have died in battle. After entering the underworld, they would still have a chance to recover, which was equivalent to reducing the loss of their war capital. Now that it was a special situation, the three universal civilizations could only acquiesce. The three of them were also worried that Hela would use the underworld to take away the dead beyond grade as, but at the moment, not many beyond grade as were willing to become heroic spirits without freedom. Most of them chose to believe in the Sanctum revival. However, no matter what, this was a hidden danger. However, now was not the time to care about it. Dealing with the World Tree civilization was the main problem, and the leaders of the three universal civilizations could not do anything about it. The two fleets had been fighting for 6 to 7 days, and the battle line had been stretched extremely long. The reinforcements of the three universal civilizations were endless, and the beyond grade as who had finished recuperating would attack together from time to time, causing the battle to gradually lean towards the three universal civilizations. The World Tree Expeditionary Army was nibbled away in batches, and when the situation was not good, they changed their tactics and no longer attacked head-on. Instead, they spread out and tried to create loopholes in the interception net with their huge numbers. At this stage of the war, the World Tree's attack had already failed. To the three universal civilizations, the only thing left was to clean up the mess. Although they had defeated the enemy with low losses and won the battle, the upper echelons could not be happy. The revival of the World Tree loomed over their hearts. However, no matter how heavy their hearts were, the officers still had to command their troops to clean up the mess. Seeing that the dust had settled, the three universal civilizations finally sent the frontline battle report back to the Galactic Society, announcing their victory and boosting the morale of the people. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.